And the clock in the mayor's parlour is somewhat different to this one, but we judged it wrong, so I apologise. Anyway, please be seated. Right. Well, good evening, everyone. I recognise the fact that for some of you, this will be the first time you've been to a budget setting meeting. And for some others, we're all going, oh, no, not again. So I will try to explain what's happening as we go along so that you will understand. And I'll do my best. All votes will be named votes, so you don't have to ask for that. They will all be named votes. And I've got one other thing to say. Is he coming in? I feel like giving you a round of applause. Right. The other thing I want to say is that when you vote, we've had a few issues with some of us not getting our votes recorded and then being told off by our whips. The answer is, when you press your button, do make certain that the colour around it becomes solid and it actually says you have voted. So just tapping it is not enough, all right? Just so that we don't have any arguments tonight, because I believe all 72 are here. Yes? Yes, right. So there are no apologies for absence, I take it. No. Declarations of... Oh, sorry.
Chris is running just a fraction late at the moment.
No,
There she is.
Another round of applause for... Yes, Councillor Archer.
Asaf's running late as well.
Okay, all right. Oh, yes? Yes, Councillor Ali?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just on the declarations of interest, if I could declare an interest, I'm a member of Dudley Leisure Centre.
Okay. So, any prior declarations of interest made under the Members' Code of Conduct have been published online. Members should also note the advice of the monitoring officer. Any member who declares a pecuniary interest or non-pecuniary interest will only have to withdraw from the meeting if there is a specific reference to the item in which they have an interest during the debate. So, Councillor Ali, I have recorded yours, and I've got Councillor Bayton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, just declaring an interest as Chair of the West Midlands Fire and Rescue Authority, and obviously they're a precepting authority that we will be including in tonight's budget.
Thank you, Councillor Bayton. And just to finish my notes, likewise, they will be able to vote if you have declared an interest on the budget, provided that the item in which they have an interest is not specifically referred to in the motion or amendment put to the vote. I now invite members to declare any other interests. Anybody other than Councillor Ali and Councillor Bayton? There are none, thank you. I move that the minutes of the meeting on the 2nd of December and the extraordinary meetings on the 18th of December and the 30th of January 2005 be confirmed as correct records and signed. Does the Council agree? That is carried. I do have two announcements. One is, please, if you want to come to the ball, it's the 25th of April. It's a glitter ball, so not Gary, but lots of sparkles, please. And last but not least, civic awards. It's very important that we as councillors, we are the ones who are out there talking to people day in and day out. So please, if you know somebody or an organisation that deserves to have an award, please get your proposal or in as fast as you can. Thank you. Right. Agenda item 5. I'm just going to just before you do it. For those of you for whom this is a new experience, When we get to do the budget, when the budget is moved, and there will be 2 respondents to it, the leader of the Labour group and the leader of the Unity group, they do not have to keep to 5 minutes. So Councillor Harley is just about to announce that, but that's what this is about. Everybody else is 5 minutes, but Councillor Clark, Councillor Ali and Councillor Ryan Priest, they can go on longer than 5 minutes, but only once, all right? Good evening, Councillor. Right, so I now call on the Leader of the Council.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're not going to suspend them tonight. No, joke. I just wanted to see the look on Showkat's face as I said that. Trying to cram a 20-minute speech into 5 minutes. Madam Mayor, I move that under Council Procedure Rule 22.1, the time restriction of 5 minutes referred to in Council Procedure Rule 14.4 to be suspended to enable the Cabinet Member for Finance, Legal and Human Resources and the lead spokesperson from each of the other 2 political groups to speak for longer than 5 minutes on this report, and to enable the Cabinet Member for Finance, Legal and Human Resources to speak for longer than 5 minutes in exercise of the right of reply to the debate. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
Yes, sir. Formally seconded, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. All agreed? That is carried. I now call on Councillor Steve Clark to forward the draft budget for 25-26, the medium-term financial strategy and council tax setting for 25-26. Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I would like to thank the interim 151 officer and his team for the preparation and help with this report. Madam Mayor, I'd like to introduce to Council today the draft budget for the financial year 2025-26 and the associated medium-term financial strategy for the period to 2029-30. It is my earnest hope that the Chamber will approve this budget, and I thank my fellow colleagues of all parties who are here this evening to address this notable moment for our council. Madam Mayor, all of us in this chamber have had much opportunity for reflection on the financial pathway that the council has followed in recent years, and I hope we will continue to do so carefully as we consider the budget that lies before us. First of all, I just must do a little bit of housekeeping. In passing, I would like to confirm that the Fire and Rescue Service has now confirmed its level of precept, and so the Council Tax Resolution at Appendix C to the Budget Report and the Recommendation 2, Roman 9, in that report can now be confirmed as final. This is how we're going to avoid financial disaster. The bald facts are that this council has been living beyond its means for some considerable time. We have drawn down from reserves to balance successive budgets until those reserves are at perilously low levels. There has been speculation in some circles that the council might see the issuing of a Section 114 notice or might need to reach for extraordinary financial support from government in order to balance the budget for 2025-26. In fact, Madam Mayor, 12 months ago, there was a lot of talk generally about this being an unavoidable course for this council. But Madam Mayor, I wish to be clear. Reaching in craven fashion for extraordinary financial support from government is not the answer. It defers the need to make the cost reductions for 12 months, but those reductions still need to be made 1 year later. And with the additional borrowing costs added to the deficit, it makes everything worse. So I suggest, Madam Mayor, that this is not the way we do things here in Dudley. For this reason, although with a heavy heart, I present this evening a portfolio of savings and cost reductions worth almost £42 million. None of us in this chamber this evening stood for council to make decisions like this, but we are living through exceptional times. And our primary concern must be to protect services as much as we can, whilst ensuring the financial sustainability of this council. By approving this budget, we have the prospect of snatching success from the jaws of failure. We will set a lawful, balanced budget in the hands of an ambitious council with a net budget of £367 million, operating at scale to further the interests of our beloved borough, its residents, and those who work in and visit our towns, neighbourhoods and communities. Madam Mayor, as I entered through the door to the chamber this evening, my eyes fell on the carved pediment installed in 1935, which graces the doorway which we pass through every council meeting. This pediment shows Dudley in the 19th century, and an accompanying pediment above Committee Room 2 shows the borough in 1935. And I was reminded of the rich pageant of history that runs through our borough, and of our responsibility in this chamber for carrying forward those fine traditions. The budget that lies before the chamber this evening lays the foundations for a sustainable financial future and for future regeneration and investment. Madam Mayor, I would now like to move on to discuss some key themes for the budget. First of all, the reserves and how we're going to break with the past. In recent years, the council's financial status has been deteriorating and very fragile, with reserves depleting year on year through the use of these reserves to balance successive shortfalls. And over many years, the council has failed to reach for and deliver the necessary recurring savings. I am pleased to say that those days have now come to an end, and there has been a sea change within the council within the presentation of this budget for 2025-26. I also need to be clear that this council has a critical need to rebuild its reserves. Now, I note that the Labour group amendment that is before us this evening, and which seeks to make significant reductions in reserves that are so critically important to the future of this council. And for this reason, although I would like to do so, I will not, when the time comes, be able to support that amendment. Financial sustainability is now on a sound foundation. Not only has the 2025-26 budget been balanced, but so have the following financial years up to 2029-30. The medium-term financial strategy and plan have been updated, reset, and reconstructed on a sustainable basis, with no planned budget shortfalls for the next 5 years. The budget sets out a framework, firstly, to enable council to constrain its activity within the set financial limits, including a triannual process for updating the medium-term financial strategy. And secondly, a number of guiding principles for preparation of both capital and revenue budgets and decision making. Having now achieved the ability to balance its financial plans, the Council must now do some hard work. We must, all of us, members and officers, focus down to deliver budgets within the financial limits that are approved by Council. In the year ahead, members should expect to see strengthened and more frequent reporting in depth on the attainment of the savings and cost reductions to which I've referred. The days of uncontrolled overspends are coming to an end in this Council. Now we've gone through a rigorous process. Through a great deal of hard work by officers and members, a portfolio of savings and cost reductions worth £41.7 million is presented for next year, comprising of 157 separate savings supported by over 1,000 pages of equality impact assessments and other supporting documents. The process has involved innumerable workshops, star chamber panels and briefings, and these have involved a large community of officers in the Council in support of elected members. We've improved consultation and engagement. The budget proposals have been consulted on using the Council's website, specific briefings to the Council staff, the Chamber of Commerce, the voluntary sector, the Children's Council and trade unions. Responses to the consultation have been some of the highest ever achieved in the Council. In addition, the Council has run 3 budget scrutiny meetings that were accessible to the public via the internet and which brought forward a number of recommendations, 4 of which have now been accepted, with an additional resource of £1.2 million being assigned to support council taxpayers in the borough. We are both a caring council and a listening council. As for scrutiny, as part of this process, Madam Mayor, I am grateful for the leadership exhibited by the Chair of Overview and Scrutiny, Councillor Sean Kesey, in presiding over 3 budget scrutiny meetings during the month of January, and for all members of the security and select committees that participated in those scrutiny meetings. I would also like to thank Scrutiny for the 11 recommendations which the Overview and Scrutiny Committee submitted to Cabinet at its meeting on the 12th of February, and I'm pleased that 4 of these have been accepted. Madam Mayor, I would like to have accepted more of these recommendations, but have been unable to do so, principally because of the reduced contributions to reserves that were proposed. I have remarked increasing the level of reserves is of critical importance for the future sustainability of this council. And with regard to resources and prudence, Cabinet has chosen to recommend to Council that the council tax should increase by 4.99%, but has not chosen to reach for the double-digit increases sought by some councils, such as Birmingham, Bradford, Maidenhead and Newham. Instead, the Cabinet has chosen to proceed prudently with this increase, to cut its cloth carefully in service provision and to reach for efficiency and all-round belt tightening in sitting with its budgetary constraints. As part of this approach, reserves are set to increase by £25 million over the term of the medium-term financial strategy, which is appropriate given the very low levels to which these had fallen. Efficiency, prudence, and managing within our budget totals are the new watchwords for this council. As for our local priorities, Madam Mayor, I believe the budget has successfully trodden a fine balance between keeping the services people need, identifying and taking efficiency savings, and meeting local priorities. I am delighted that some well-loved and well-used assets, which are highly valued by our communities in our borough, will continue to operate, including all the leisure centres and all the civic halls. These assets, of course, play a huge role in public health and well-being in our communities. Madam Mayor, I am confident with a net budget of £367 million, the Council will remain an active player in our communities, acting with purpose and at scale and able to make a real difference to the people that we serve. Madam Mayor, I commend this budget to the Council.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. The seconder is?
Seconded, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. I now call on Councillor Shaukat Ali to speak on the motion on behalf of the Labour Group. I understand that Councillor Ali will move an amendment at the conclusion of his speech. The text of his amendment has been circulated to all members of the Council. I call on Councillor Ali.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to speak on Councillor Clark's draft budget. And as part of this, I will be moving, as you said, an amendment which will be seconded by my colleague, Councillor Pete Lowe, towards the end. Despite, if I can say, the gloss Councillor Clark has tried to put on his budget, the reality remains clear. No doubt, Councillor Harley and his administration will be quick to jump to defend it, insisting that their decisions are justified. But let's call this budget what it really is: punitive, short-sighted, and a direct consequence of their repeated failures. While they attempt to spin the narrative, Madam Mayor, it is our residents who will pay the price, not just in their pockets, but in their daily lives, their sense of security, and their hope for a better future. At a time when families across our borough are already struggling, higher energy bills, rising food prices, and stagnant wages, this budget will push many to the brink. For Councillors Clark, Harley, and the Conservative administration, the budget is just about numbers on a page. But for our residents, it means cuts that will affect their lives in real and painful ways. It means stripping away the very services they rely on, the safety net that is meant to protect every member of our community. Madam Mayor, what we are talking about is cuts, and these cuts include vulnerable children and families losing essential support, elderly residents who deserve dignity and care seeing services reduced, local businesses receiving less backing at a time when they need us most, communities feeling less safe, less supported, and more isolated. This is a budget of despair, a reflection of 14 years of Conservative government failure, a government that has neglected local councils, cut over £120 million from Dudley's funding, and left our residents to bear the brunt. And now the incoming Labour government inherits a £22 billion financial burden, deliberately left by the Conservatives to sabotage any chance of recovery. Locally, Madam Mayor, this crisis has been made worse by the Conservative administration opposite. in what can only be described as one of the most catastrophic failures of governance, transparency, financial responsibility, and political leadership in recent years. The disastrous July 2023 mini-budget sent this council into a downward financial spiral, a spiral it is still trying to escape from. Yet instead of facing reality, Councillor Clark, Councillor Harley and their administration buried their heads in the sand, and I'm sure their hands too, ignored the warnings and refused to take decisive action. They dismissed sustainability and governance concerns raised by external auditors. They viewed corporate peer review feedback as a personal attack rather than constructive criticism. Repeatedly, they ignored our warnings and the risks we highlighted. Warnings that Councillor Harley arrogantly brushed aside without a second thought. By the time the truth could no longer be concealed, the damage was done. Panic set in, and in a desperate attempt to salvage their reputations, they scrambled to patch the sinking ship. And yet, the damning indictments kept coming, exposing the council's failing leadership, weak governance, and crumbling financial sustainability. External auditors took the unprecedented step of attending a full council meeting in person to issue statutory recommendations. This was followed by a scathing reports from both the LGA and CIPFA, a triple whammy of failure. But rather than to accept accountability, the Conservative administration disbanded the External Improvement Board, simply because they couldn't stand being criticised. Instead, they have replaced it with an Internal Improvement Board, marking their own homework. This is not just an insult to transparency and accountability, it is complete farce. It makes the Conservative administration a laughing stock. With external auditors and regulators breathing down their necks, how can residents be expected to trust them to manage our public finances? Yet instead of taking responsibility, Madam Mayor, for their failures, the Conservatives did what they do best: blame everyone but themselves. Surprise, surprise. None of it was their fault. And now it is our residents who are left to deal with the consequences of their neglect, incompetence, and utter failure to lead. Madam Mayor, as if their past mistakes weren't enough, you would think they would have learned their lessons after the £340,000 jolly to the south of France. But no. The Conservative administration continued its streak of poor political judgments and reckless decision-making, with the costs falling squarely on the taxpayer. Take the £2 million or thereabout wasted on the Brooks Bar and Bistro project, now landed with paying £240,000 in interest over many years to come. Or the astonishing £64,000 paid to a consultant, which Councillor Clark laughably justified as wages for a head barman. Madam Mayor, that must have been one of the highest paid bartenders across the country. Then there's the staggering £1 million in annual interest payments for Penns Meadow School, a financial burden placed on taxpayers against the advice of the Section 151 officer. And let's not forget the fiasco surrounding the sale of the former Wellington Road Leisure Centre. Governance and due diligence were thrown out of the window to grab a quick headline. But when reality caught up with them, they were forced to backtrack. And now the matter remains under investigation by external auditors. Then there is the £331,000 six-month contract with CIPFA at just over £55,000 a month, a contract that feels like a bottomless pit, draining more and more of our resources with no end in sight. This deal for 2 interim officers has already spiraled out of control. And now with the current Section 151 officer leaving at the end of the month, even more money will have to be thrown into the pot just to bring in another interim replacement. But here's the real scandal, Madam Mayor. We can't even get a straight answer on how many days of work this contract actually covers. How is this acceptable? The hundreds of thousands of pounds of public money are being poured into a contract with no clear accountability, no transparency, and no limits. This is reckless financial mismanagement, plain and simple. And yet this Conservative administration, Madam Mayor, continues to sign blank cheques while expecting residents to suffer through cuts and rising costs. And then there's the £150,000. Thankfully, less than the £250,000 they initially planned to waste on improving the layout of Dudley Market. Yet what the market really needs is essential fixes: repairing the sunken paving stones, fixing the potholes on the surrounding roads, tackling antisocial behaviour, regular cleaning, and attracting more traders. And Madam Mayor, nearly 2 years ago, Councillor Caulfield walked New Street with me to see the sunken road for himself. He assured me it would be fixed before the bus station works commenced. Well, Madam Mayor, I think it's still there. Nothing's been done. They closed Dudley Council Plus, reassuring residents that a strong network of local locations, such as libraries and family hubs, will do the job, would be available also to support people. But reality tells a very different story. We are now hearing that some of these sites are over capacity, struggling with more queries than they can handle, to the point where it is disrupting core services. There have been incidents when frustrated individuals have refused to leave. Staff are ill-equipped to support people with hearing impairments, and concerns over confidentiality has been raised or have been raised. Antisocial behaviour has made some locations feel unsafe. An example of a poorly planned, short-sighted decision, leaving both staff and residents to deal with the fallout. The impact of car parking charges on businesses and Dudley Leisure Centre has been devastating. In just 5 months, 893 members have left Dudley Leisure Centre, draining between £27,000 to £32,000 in lost income every month. Meanwhile, the car park behind the leisure centre, Madam Mayor, has brought in a mere £5,500 a month, a fraction of what has been lost. Yet another example of Conservative failure, a decision made without considering the real consequences. And now with on-street parking charges on the horizon, what will be the next casualty? Local businesses. Madam Mayor, while the Conservative administration is desperate to brush their past failures under the rug, the future depends on learning from them. Their strategy is clear. They want you to forget, to pretend mistakes never happened, but we will not let them, because the past cannot keep repeating itself, Madam Mayor. The council budget isn't just about balancing books. It's about people, it's about communities and the services that shape our borough. A well-functioning council is the bedrock of a thriving society, delivering services people depend on every single day. We recognise on this side the challenges before us. Demand for services is rising, costs are increasing, and pressure has never been greater. Madam Mayor, the 25-26 settlement marks the first step towards much-needed reform of the local government funding formula. We welcome the £358.3 million settlement, which is an 8% increase in Dudley's core spending power, above the national average of 6%. But let's be clear that after 14 years of Conservative government destruction, Local government and local councils are broken. There are no quick fixes. Rebuilding this is going to take time. Of course, more investment is always welcome to protect and improve services, and this settlement marks the first step towards that real change that will improve lives and safeguard the future of councils. We are seeing the start of that shift, a move toward better funding, greater flexibility, and real power for councils. This will allow us to deliver the high-quality services people need and deserve in our borough. Madam Mayor, beyond the settlement, additional funding has been allocated to improve efficiency and ensure resources reach areas such as Dudley with the greatest need and the least ability to raise local revenue. This is an approach we on this side most definitely welcome. However, it is a shame that Dudley's Conservative administration is using nearly almost all of this funding to patch up the financial mess they have created, rather than investing in services. The incoming Labour government has recognised the scale of challenges and have started to help local councils to take action, starting with a £6 million social care grant to Dudley to improve services and tackle the workforce crisis, laying the foundation for a well overdue national care system, national care service and a fair pay for our care workers. A new £1.9 million funding grant for children's social care prevention to invest in family services because early intervention saves money in the longer run. An 11% increase in dedicated schools and SEND grant compared to last year, ensuring that children with additional needs receive the support they deserve. A £3 million funding for homelessness services, prevention of rough sleeping, and safe accommodation for victims of domestic abuse. To tackle the housing crisis, Labour nationally has planned the largest expansion of social and affordable house building in a generation. Dudley gains £600,000 from new homes bonus grant, up from £100,000 in 24-25. However, it appears that Dudley may have missed out on additional affordable homes programme funding due to its self-referral to the social housing regulator and the ongoing investigation. Additionally, Madam Mayor, there are plans by the government to reduce rights to buy discounts to slow down the sale of council homes. This will allow us as a council to keep 100% of right to buy receipts, ensuring more council houses remain in council ownership. Relaxing the use of capital receipts to allow councils like us to buy and build new social housing. Dudley currently has £18 million sitting in his coffers, yet the Conservative administration is not using it to address the severe shortage of social housing. The promise of a 5-year social housing rent settlement we welcome that will cap rents and protect tenants from excessive charges by social housing providers. A £6 million extended producer responsibility grant to improve recycling outcomes, of which this Conservative administration is using £1 million to prop up revenue shortfall. From 26-27, Madam Mayor, the government has promised to realign the business rates retention system to reflect the current economic reality, a change that will definitely benefit places like Dudley. But even now, support is already in place. This year, our council has received £15.5 million in government funding to make up for lost business rate revenue. A new £5 million recovery grant to address inequalities in funding and need. Let's not forget how the last government blatantly diverted money from areas like Dudley to wealthier places like Kent. An additional £1.6 million to fix potholes. Enough, Madam Mayor, to repair an area covering around 19,000 square metres or 32,000 potholes at £50 per pothole. The outdated local government funding formula is also being finally reviewed, something the last Conservative government failed to deliver, Madam Mayor. For the first time in a decade, multi-year funding settlements will return from 26-27 onwards. This will give our council greater autonomy, flexibility, stability for long-term planning, and flexibility that we need to prioritise services and resources based on local needs, something the Conservative government took away. Madam Mayor, tonight we stand at a critical juncture. We face the harsh reality of a budget that includes a staggering £42 million in service cuts for 25-26. But let me be clear, this is not a one-off crisis. Over the next 5 years, from 26-27 to 29-30, an eye-watering £240 million will be slashed from vital public services. Cuts that will touch every life, from the newborn to the elderly and to burying loved ones. Cuts that will strip this council down to nothing more than bare bones infrastructure. Cuts that are the direct result of this Conservative administration's short-sightedness, recklessness and financial mismanagement. The question, Madam Mayor, we must ask ourselves is not just about sustainability, but at what cost? How much more must our residents endure before this Conservative administration takes responsibility? Needs and demands are growing year on year. More residents rely on essential services than ever before. Yet instead of protecting them, this administration is making life harder. Council tax is increasing by the maximum 5%. Council rents have risen by 2.7%. Garage rents are going up by 305%. Green waste collection fees are set to soar by 44%. Public toilets closed, pop-up tip closed, youth centres shut down, voluntary sector cut, fees and charges up by 10% on average, with some hikes as high as 130%. But let's be clear, Madam Mayor, the £42 million deficit did not emerge overnight. And what do residents get in return for this massive hike in their bills? Cuts to services, reduced support for the most vulnerable, and a council that is increasingly reliant on short-term fixes rather than long-term solutions. This year alone, Madam Mayor, they are forecasting £12.8 million in spend on agency workers and consultants, a staggering £9 million overspent against agreed budget. And Councillor Clark stands there and says the days of uncontrolled overspending are coming to an end. Explain that 9 million overspend, Councillor Clark, in your reply. It would be really helpful. Their short-term, politically convenient approach has crippled long-term planning, wasted resources, and neglected the very people they are meant to serve. Once, Dudley was a place where people aspired to work, an authority known for high standards, public service and stability. And now we hear about transformation and efficiency savings, the buzzwords used to mask the 200 vacancies that were left unfilled last year and are now being deleted. Another 220 plus jobs that are set to be lost over the coming year. Staff workloads are increasing, morale is plummeting, and services are deteriorating. The cost of redundancies, £8.6 million paid out of capital receipts. And what about leadership, Madam Mayor? Interim Chief Executive, Interim Children's Services Director, Interim Social Services Director, Interim Monitoring Officer, Interim Section 151 Officer, soon to be Interim Director of Regeneration and Enterprise, and another Interim Chief Executive brought in to support the existing Chief Executive. Do you see the pattern, Madam Mayor? This is not just mismanagement. This is a council in free fall. a once proud organisation now plagued by instability, uncertainty, and a complete lack of leadership. And to make matters worse, Madam Mayor, £700,000 for external expertise, in other words, consultants to fix the mess they created. This isn't governance, this is chaos. Councillor Clark proudly references the 1,000 pages of equality impact assessments that supposedly justify their decisions. But I have to ask, has he actually read them? And more importantly, does he understand the real impact of these cuts? Maybe he can confirm this in his response. Madam Mayor, let me highlight just a few of the 157 service cuts buried in this report that will impact our residents. £390,000 slashed from Ladies Walk, terminating the contract without securing alternative accommodation or even understanding the financial consequences. This service supports over 2,000 adults with learning disabilities, physical disabilities, or autism, helping them live independently and with dignity. £500,000 cut from the Crystal Dementia Gateway in Stourbridge, reducing the number of vital support centres from 3 to 2. £100,000 stripped from Blue Badge and Community Service equipment service, outsourcing them to a private provider without any clarity on long-term costs or service quality. £130,000 axed from emotional wellbeing services and CAMS workers, undermining the family and adolescent safeguarding programme. Mental health provision is reduced. £120,000 cut from family support workers who currently assist over 200 families across the 5 family hubs. The over-optimistic, Madam Mayor, business case for the energy to waste contract failed to achieve forecast income and made a £2.4 million loss over the last 2 years. Another failure. They scrapped the commercial waste collection service, a reckless decision that will impact thousands of businesses across our borough. A service that brought in over £2 million in income, yet they rushed to cut it without even exploring a viable commercial solution with local businesses. But should we be surprised, Madam Mayor? This administration has failed time and time again when it comes to commercialisation. Businesses would have welcomed a conversation. Instead, they were ignored and left to pick up the pieces. Madam Mayor, they have made their priorities clear. They are targeting young people once again. Youth workers gone, youth centres shut down. Now they're pricing young people out of sport. Just look at these shocking price hikes. Badminton up by 131%. Squash up by 127%. Table tennis up by 25%. Junior gym memberships doubled from £12.50 to £25. Even swimming for under 5s up by 25%. What have young people done to deserve this, Madam Mayor? At a time when we should be encouraging them to stay active, to be healthy, to engage with their communities, this Conservative administration is doing the exact opposite. They are shutting doors, cutting sport, and pricing young people out of opportunity. While the Liberal Democrats and the Unity Group boast about having saved the leisure centres from closure, let me be absolutely clear, Madam Mayor. Nothing is safe in the hands of this Conservative administration. Councillor Harley claims that our leisure centres are safe for the next 5 years, but words mean nothing without action. The procurement process is still ongoing, and there is nothing, absolutely nothing, stopping this administration from bringing a report to this council in just a few months' time, telling a very different story. We've seen it time and time again. Broken promises, empty assurances, and communities left to suffer the consequences. If this administration truly cared about protecting our vital services, we would not even be having this debate. Instead, we are left in a constant state of uncertainty, with residents forced to wonder if yet another betrayal is just around the corner. And it's not just our leisure centres, Madam Mayor. Our town halls, Himley Hall, our heritage and other valuable community assets are all at risk. Make no mistake, Madam Mayor, this fight is far from over, and we will not stand by while this Conservative administration gambles with the services our communities rely on. The children who deserve a better future, the elderly who should live with dignity. These are the people this administration has turned its back on. Madam Mayor, there is no escaping responsibility. The people of our borough deserve leadership that is stable, visionary and compassionate. A council that prioritises services for those who need them most, not one that slashes them to the bone. They deserve a council that works for them, not against them. They deserve hope, not despair. Let me be clear, Madam Mayor. We on this side will not stand idly by while this destruction continues. We will fight for our residents. We will challenge this Conservative administration, an administration that has failed our communities at every turn. We will expose their failures and demand accountability. But we are here not just to oppose. We are here to offer an alternative that puts people before politics, services before savings, and communities before chaos. Tonight, Madam Mayor, I present our amendment that is not only financially responsible, but also morally right. One,
I need to have what you've just said seconded.
yeah,
Councillor Lowe?
Formally seconded, Madam Mayor, reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. So I take it now you're moving on to the amendment.
yes, Madam Mayor.
Right. So we're now on the amendment and it will be seconded by...
Councillor Pete Lowe, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, Madam Mayor, as I was saying, our amendment is not only financially responsible, but also morally right. One that reverses harmful cuts and safeguards the most vulnerable residents. This amendment is about more than just reversing cuts. It is a clear statement from our values, fairness, compassion, and responsibility. And for transparency purposes, Madam Mayor, we shared it publicly in advance. Number one, our amendment invests in our children and health. We are committing £600,000 to tackle child poverty and health inequalities, closing the shocking life expectancy gap between the north and the south of the borough. Why, in this day and age, should people live 10 years less just because of where they were born? Why should 29% of children suffer from poverty, and why should health inequalities persist? This amendment puts these issues at the top of the agenda, delivering targeted support where it is needed most. Number two, our amendment protects vital community services and safeguards assets. We reverse the £82,000 cut to the Living Well, Feeling Safe service, a service that provides safety, security and independence for older and vulnerable residents. West Midlands Police, West Midlands Fire Service and key charities all support this service, yet this Conservative administration believes it can do without. We strongly disagree. We also reverse the £510,000 cuts to youth services, cuts that would close Meadow Road and Gornal youth centres. These spaces provide young people with a safe place to learn, grow and dream. We were deeply moved by Councillor Dave Roberts' personal testimony during the overview and scrutiny process about how youth services changed and transformed his life for the better. Councillor Stanley doesn't even seem to know if a youth centre exists in his ward. Young people have made their voices heard. Their song lyrics says it all, Madam Mayor. We had dreams, we had hopes, we had goals. The youth club was a light, and now it's gone. Madam Mayor, we hear them, we stand with them and by them. We reverse £20,000 from the disposal of Netherton Arts Centre and give it one more chance for its future. 3, Madam Mayor, our amendment supports families and welfare support. We reverse the £300,000 cut to the welfare rights team, safeguarding its future over a longer period, a service that boosts local incomes and brings in over £1 million per year to support local vulnerable residents. A service that identified over 1,000 residents who are likely to qualify for pension credit. The Equality Impact states closure of this service will mean failure of the Council to meet its commitment on mitigating poverty. When I spoke to the Chief Executive of Dudley CAB about this particular cut, Madam Mayor, or service being cut, she was completely unaware of this and the impact this would have on her service. She had not been consulted and has no capacity to handle the fallout. We are also restoring £120,000 for early help enablers, ensuring children and families receive timely intervention before problems escalate. Prevention is always better than cure. Without this funding, referrals to children's services will increase. 4, Madam Mayor, our amendment preserves local services that matter. We stop the closure of the pop-up tip by reversing £120,000 cut. For nearly 4 years, residents in the north of the borough have been left without access to a proper waste disposal facility. The Conservative administration have failed to find a permanent solution, yet they happily accepted £186,000 from South Staffordshire to for access to Starbridge facility while failing to negotiate the same for Dudley residents at Anchor Lane Tip.
Councillor Ali, I have to tell you, you have had your 5 minutes. No, I'm sorry, I thought it was agreed that amendments and everything else would be 5 minutes. Yeah, yes. I'm sorry, Councillor Ali, I think your 5 minutes are up.
That was
Sorry.
Madam Mayor. This is what is
So far, I only have one person who wishes to speak, and that is, first of all, it's Councillor Harley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, I will rise to speak on the main budget motion later on this evening, where I can hopefully address a lot of what Councillor Ali brought up in his speech. But 3 things, Madam Mayor, to totally discredit this amendment and what Councillor Ali has said for now for what seems like an eternity. 3 things, Madam Mayor. 1, winter fuel allowance. 2, national insurance increases. 3, business rates for hospitality. Don't stand up there, Councillor Ali, and tell me you care about people, businesses in this authority, because your government certainly doesn't. And all of you there have done nothing at all to address it. Sorry, one person did. And he had the bravery and the guts to speak out about this horrid Labour government. And nobody on that side put an arm around him and protected him where you should have done. That would have been
Harley,
showing real
you are
leadership.
out of order. We are talking to the words on the page. We are not giving speeches.
That would have been leadership, Madam Mayor.
Words on the page, everybody,
I'm
please.
getting there. Madam Mayor, the amendment doesn't add up. Utter madness from a very weak opposition, losing more members almost by the month. On the group director roles, Madam Mayor, this is the catalyst to saving once all stages of this restructure and total operating model have been completed to saving over £6 million per year in costs. £6 million a year, Madam Mayor, that can be reinvested into frontline services. So over the total sum, Madam Mayor, total period of 5 years to 2030, that's £6 million a year. That's £24 million a year they are proposing to take out of the budget. The reduction in the contingency, Madam Mayor, by 1.5 million, that's £7.5 million from now until 2030. The changes they propose to green waste would result in a loss of 400,000 a year. That's 2 million between now and 2030. The reduction in the amount put aside to reserves equates to 4.2 million from now until 2030. So Labour's amendment, Madam Mayor, would result in a loss to the authority of probably £8.5 million a year, or in excess of £40 million between now and 2030. We've seen the effects of adults and children's social care. We think we have a plan and a good way forward now on the adult social care side of things. But there is still much more work to do on children's. Just last month, we had a £1 million overspend on children's services in 1 month. And we don't have a lot of control over that. If some judge, Madam Mayor, says child A, B and C and D will go to Edinburgh or any other part of the country, we have to foot the bill for that. And we can't change that. Not at this level here in Dudley. So to take £44 million out of this budget, knowing full well what could be around the corner, I think is foolhardy, and it's something that this side of the chamber will not be supporting. And it's quite telling that the Section 151 officer cannot support this amendment. That is there in black and white, that he cannot support it. Madam Mayor, to pass this amendment today would put the council back to square one, where we were 12, 14 months ago, with the threat of bankruptcy. We haven't asked for additional support. We are not putting up council tax like some authorities are, from all political parties. We have got our own house in order. This is our budget, and it's up to the politicians in this chamber to manage what they have in front of them. This budget does that. The amendment seeks to destroy it and take us back to bankruptcy territory. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harley. Can I just clarify? 3 people in this council chamber have the right to speak longer than 5 minutes. First of all, it was the mover of the budget. Then we had the Labour spokesperson, and the next person will be Councillor Priest. When he moves his amendment, he will be able to speak first of all longer than 10 minutes, and then he will move his amendment. So everybody from now on, you have 5 minutes. Can I just say, I cannot see the times coming up on the screens to help people. Oh, you think I'm me now? Okay, you're going to stop me, are you? Fair enough. Right, I've got 9 speakers down to speak, and we will start with Councillor Adam Aston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I start by paying tribute to Councillor Ali's stamina? With respect of the Labour Group amendment, I wonder if Councillor Ali would agree with me that it is the proposed cuts in the original budget report within the Adult Social Care Directorate which are likely to have the most profound and devastating impact on Dudley's most vulnerable, and why the Labour Group amendment is so important. Firstly, with reference to point ASC 18, which is Dudley's Living Well, Feeling Safe service, which helps people to continue to live independently, safely and comfortably in their own homes. It provides an all-encompassing assessment, tailored practical support, in addition to the provision of home security equipment such as door and window locks, door chains, security lights and spy holes. Our amendment ensures this service continues to function and is not completely stripped back to the statutory minimum provision. Madam Mayor, at ASC 21, Dudley's welfare rights team are the unsung heroes of this authority. They provide guidance, support and signposting to ensure Dudley's poorest receive the state benefits to which they are entitled. They can provide mediation and act as a bridge between them and the DWP, in addition to a training service to professionals and a telephone advice. It is estimated, as Councillor Ali said, that the Welfare Rights Team generates over £1 million of revenue into this borough each and every year, which is then spent within the local economy. The more people who receive benefits, the more accurate the picture of where poverty exists, which means that the Dudley Borough moves up the deprivation index, which is used to identify need and the provision of grant funding. By every measure, the abolition of the Welfare Rights Team is counterproductive, and it makes absolutely no sense. We haven't written a letter for the benefit of social media on this issue, Madam Mayor. I'm sure Councillor Ali and perhaps Councillor Tromans would agree we've done something more tangible and identified how we can protect this service in our amendment going forward. Finally, Madam Mayor, the reversal of the cuts to grant funding to the organisations listed at ASC 121 to 127, in addition to the public health cut to Dudley CVS at 133, will continue to ensure we have a buoyant voluntary sector, adequately resourced and able to respond to the brutal cuts elsewhere in the budget report. We can't pile on more pressure to the voluntary sector and yet rip away its funding in the same breath. It's completely illogical. Madam Mayor, tonight, together we can support Dudley's voluntary sector at a time we're asking them to do more. We can protect our most vulnerable by allowing the living well, feeling safe service to continue, and we can maintain the Welfare Rights Team. The budget report is brutal, but the reversal of the cuts we've identified within the adult social care and public health directorates will go a small way to mitigate its overall impact. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Councillor Aston. I call Councillor Jason Griffin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A few weeks ago, I attended a Veterans Breakfast Club and I sat by Alan. Alan is currently undergoing chemotherapy treatment and I'm sure we all wish him well. Alan said to me, "Are they closing the public toilets?" And I said yes. And he said, "That leaves me housebound." I would like to ask Councillor Clark if you would agree with me that Alan's need is real. This should be protected and is more important than any feasibility study offered up tonight that we both know isn't going anywhere. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Griffin. I call Councillor Ryan Priest. Yes, Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Leadership to me is about balance. It's about finding the balance between the head and the heart, between thinking and feeling. And in politics, there's times when the right choice isn't necessarily the easiest one. For me, tonight is one of those moments. I understand why this amendment has been brought forward, because it speaks to the shared desire I think we all have in this room to protect the services that people in the borough rely on. And I want to support it, I truly do. But wanting something and doing what is right are not always the same thing. And we must ask ourselves, is this amendment responsible? Is it responsible to prioritise short-term spending at the expense of long-term stability? Does meddling with a staffing structure review, neither fully supporting it nor scrapping it, leave us stranded with the worst of both worlds? Now, I wish we had a budget that didn't demand hard choices. I wish we had more flexibility and more room to manoeuvre. I wish we had a national government that truly understood the financial plight of local authorities, instead of one that simply repeats the failures of its predecessors. And I wish we had local MPs willing to be champions for local government in our communities, rather than ones who simply parrot the party line. But that's not the reality we face, and to pretend otherwise would be an abdication of our responsibility. Now, I must admit, when I first saw this amendment, I was surprised, because up until now, the Labour Party's position over the past 18 months has been consistent. How many times has Councillor Ali warned of the flashing red light that this administration has ignored? And yet the Chief Finance Officer's warning is clear. From his perspective, this amendment cannot be supported. That is a flashing red light that we can't afford to ignore. How many times has Councillor Lowe stressed the urgent need to rebuild Dudley's reserves? And yet this amendment proposes to remove over £13 million currently earmarked for reserves or the contingency fund. That's not just a change of heart, that's a complete U-turn. And we have to be clear about what's at stake. This amendment would push the council dangerously close to a Section 114 notice. And if that happens, the consequences will not be small. We will be talking about the closures of libraries, the shutting down of leisure centres, higher council tax and poorer services for everybody in this borough. This amendment is not a solution, it's a gamble. It's a gamble with the public purse, a gamble with the services our residents depend on, and it's a gamble that I'm not willing to take. If this amendment were truly about protecting services, Labour would have done everything in their power to secure its passage. They would have sought collaboration, built consensus, and engaged with all sides. But they've done the bare minimum. Yes, speaking with myself, but left no room for manoeuvre or negotiation, and they went to the press before they even spoke to the administration. That tells me everything I need to know. This amendment is not about protecting services, it's about political grandstanding. And perhaps this is where the real difference lies between the two opposition parties. Because for me, protecting public services is not about the political point scoring, it's about the tough decisions that keep them running. We all came into politics to make a difference, to improve lives, to strengthen communities and protect what matters most to our residents. But sometimes that means taking the long view, not the quick win. So tonight, I'll be voting with my head and my heart, because the people of this borough deserve leadership that is compassionate and responsible, and this amendment is neither.
Thank you, Councillor Priest. I now call Councillor Muggle. Shanila. Got your brother here, is it?
Madam Mayor, councillors, we are here today to make a choice, one that will define Dudley's future. But before you vote, picture this. A woman, let's call her Sarah, is sitting in her home, but it's not a place of comfort or safety. Her partner controls everything. Her money, her movements, even who she can speak to. The bruises have faded, but the fear never does. Sarah used to have a way out. She could call a local domestic abuse support service, a place where she felt heard, where she knew there was hope. But it's closed now, not because of her, not because the need has disappeared, so she stays. Because without that support, where does she go? Without a safe house, without counselling, she's trapped. And before long, Sarah is just another woman in Dudley. She's another statistic. And she is not alone. These cuts aren't just affecting strangers, they could be affecting someone you know. So before you vote today, ask yourself this. What if this was your daughter, your sister, your mother? Would you still think this was an acceptable price to pay? Madam Mayor, this is the reality of these cuts. The Conservative administration wants us to accept a budget that slashes millions from essential services, but they're not the ones suffering. Funding from domestic abuse support is being slashed. Life-saving services that help survivors escape violence and rebuild their lives are disappearing. Care support for elderly and disabled is being cut. Those who rely on this help for dignity and independence will be left struggling. Public toilets in Netherton are being forced to close. Basic facilities for the elderly and vulnerable residents are disappearing. The local tip has already shut down. Residents now have fewer options to dispose of waste properly, forcing them to use rogue traders, leading to more fly tipping. And who will bear the cost of cleaning it up? The working people of Dudley. All whilst this administration continues to waste money. 300,000 on a property conference in France, a trip that delivered nothing but a bill to the taxpayer. Over 1.15 million lost on a failed bookstore bistro project, money that could have been spent protecting essential services. Now 75,000 on a feasibility study for a town council in Cradley. Not a service, not a solution, not just a study. Customer service have been chipped away with the closure of Dudley Council Plus, adding strains on our libraries. But if you thought that was bad, let's look at how the council handles its own financial mismanagement. Without consultation, they stopped the commercial waste service, which was generating 2.1 million a year. Yes, there was a 200 shortfall.
I hate to stop you, but we're
instead
actually...
of fixing it,
Sorry,
what
I am
did they do?
stopping you. We should be talking to the words
I am.
in the amendment. Could you make aware where on the amendment you are talking? Thank you very much.
They
I shall
scrapped
do
the
this to
service
anybody who
entirely.
tries to stray.
Labour's amendment is not just about opposing cuts, it's about offering better alternatives, spending money on real services, not pointless studies, instead of wasting 75,000 in bureaucracy, invest it in keeping domestic services open. Cut waste at the top, not from the bottom. Cutting unnecessary senior management roles could save 1.2 million, money that should be protecting the most vulnerable, not funding vanity projects. Use reserves wisely. Public health funds should be used to tackle real issues, domestic abuse, care, sport and community safety. A final warning, these cuts aren't just numbers, they are choices. When a survivor has nowhere to turn, when an elderly resident is left without care, when a mother is forced to stay in an abusive home because there's no support left, will you be able to say this was the best we could do? So I plead with you, reject this disaster budget, support our amendment. Because if we don't, the next story about a woman like Sarah won't come from me, it'll come from someone you know.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mogul. Councillor Ellen Cobb? Not on the papers in this council meeting. Thank you, Councillor Cobb.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Would Councillor Clark agree that we need to ensure that this budget does the least damage to the most vulnerable in our borough as possible? One critical element to consider is the future of the welfare rights scheme, which is absolutely vital to the residents who rely on its support. It was clear from the budget scrutiny sessions in this chamber last month that not enough consultation went into the decision to scrap this service. Councillors on the other side of the chamber have promised residents of the borough that their needs need to be heard and met, but were able to provide little evidence of how the voluntary sector has the funds or capacity to support such a fundamental service. This proposal reflects a failure to understand and listen to those they will now rely on to support the most vulnerable in our community. The following amendment after this one, to be heard today, does not go far enough. The same members who proposed this amendment also campaigned to retain this service and promised residents they would do their utmost to ensure its survival. By merely suspending the transition for 6 months, they are simply delaying a crisis. For those members to vote against or abstain from this amendment to the budget would be a disservice to those they promised to protect and help. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cobb. Councillor Casey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll obviously rise in support of this amendment, which is one that ensures that as an opposition we're doing everything we can to protect some really vital services across our borough, despite what we've heard from others this evening. And I look forward to Councillor Priest doing the right thing and the very, very easy thing in pulling his ridiculous amendment on a town council later before it comes up in this chamber. Let's be clear though, Madam Mayor, that this amendment is by no means an endorsement of this budget whatsoever, far from it. The budget before us this evening is a disaster for Dudley, for people, for places, and for some of the great organisations that we have right up and down this borough, and it will have lasting implications for our borough. And it's another year essentially where the Conservatives in control of this council are asking local residents to pay much more and get much, much less. And that is what our amendment is about, to try and protect some of those vital services that we know residents rely on and want. And we hear time and time again, we've heard it again tonight, Madam Mayor, about how prudent the Tories are in control of this council and how they manage the finances. But a council that was managed well and that was out of the woods financially would not be proposing a budget like this tonight. And this is where essentially years and years of failure have led to. And Councillor Clark says we've got a great chance tonight to snatch success from the jaws of failure. But whose failure is he talking about? It's his failure. And it's the failure of the Conservatives in control of this council. That's just obvious. And this budget is just riddled with completely wrong priorities, as usual, from the Tories in charge. A whole raft of choices, which our amendment tries to put right and tries to mitigate some of that damage, whether that's on youth services at places such as Meadow Road, in my own ward, whether it's youth workers, to the services that residents up and down this borough expect their council to be delivering as standard for the money that they pay. And Councillor Aston mentioned it earlier, and a big part of our amendment around the money for the voluntary and community sector. These are the backbone of our borough, and they do a lot of work that the council should be doing, and we ask them to pick that up. So it's a complete disgrace that this council would be telling them that they need to do much more while snatching their funding away from them. And one of the really interesting points, Madam Mayor, in Councillor Clark's remarks during his budget was around this sort of revelation that they seem to have had now, as if by magic they know what the problems are, and they haven't been in control of this council for however many years, and they're just new to this, and we found out what the magic ingredient is. Well, where have you been all these years? Why have you not been able to fix these problems if you've now all of a sudden magically found the solution? And we know, Madam Mayor, that of course we have to set a legal budget, and whilst this is a Tory budget, plain and simple, we have a duty to try and make the best of a very bad situation, and that is what our amendment is all about. It does it in a financially prudent way, regardless of what Councillor Harley says, and he talks about in his contribution, the one thing that he picked up on was the one thing that residents could not care less about in terms of a reorganisation of this council. We've seen it time and time again. For years and years, we go around the same circle and we end up at the same place. It is the very definition of insanity. And everyone in this council chamber has an opportunity with this amendment to stand up and to try and mitigate this budget and the impact it has on communities up and down the borough. So whilst the Tories may have made their minds up on this amendment and will be confident of this budget passing this evening, I would urge all other councillors in this chamber to do the right thing, to show residents that we are standing up for them, and vote with us on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Casey. You might have noticed that we are referring here. What happens on the screen, they don't necessarily come up in the order you pressed your button, because somewhere along the line you might have turned your mic off when you wanted to do it. And so everybody gets muddled up. So that's why we've got all this technology, but I still have to write it down like this. So if you saw that, it was a little bit of a hitch in the middle when people appeared, but now I know why. So that's, Councillor Phipps, is why you are where you are. Councillor Phipps, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and no problem at all. I'd looked at it and it was saying one speaker before you for about 5 speakers, so I thought, oh dear, I've been forgotten. But thank you for calling me to speak. So I'd like to talk on the amendment principally with regards to its viability of being delivered. Because when you look line by line at many of the savings which are being proposed to be reversed, it's difficult to argue with a significant number of them in an ideal world about what you would want a council to be doing. Now, there's one particular line that I'd like to briefly mention before talking about the rest of the amendment, which is regards to the scrutiny committee changes. This is something that I have passionately supported because I do feel that there's a few things that need to be changed within scrutiny. First of all, scrutiny does not need to cost the taxpayer as much as it does right now. A reduction in the number of scrutiny committees will be able to deliver on a significant amount of not only the allowances that go towards those, but it will also assist with rationalising officer time on them. But one thing that it does not necessarily mean is that there will be less scrutiny, which is something that has been put forward as an inevitable consequence of that saving, and that is definitely not the case. What people aren't even considering is that with smaller scrutiny committees, likely with more members on them, you can actually delve into far more issues with your time in scrutiny, and you can get to grips with the things that the chair of those scrutiny committees want to discuss and want to get involved with, and put forward good, sustainable solutions for how the council can improve in the future. Something that I appreciate that some members might not want to hear this. I don't think has been prevalent this year with scrutiny. And I remember when I was involved with scrutiny in the past and we were putting forward proposals to the council about changing services, we haven't had that this year. It's been more of a political back and forth than anything else. And that is something that isn't delivering at all. But with regards to the wider amendment, it seems to be built on two things principally. One, the notion that we can continue to set a budget which doesn't rebuild the reserves that we need to have to withstand instant financial pressures like we had with adult and children's social care just the other year. Now, if this does go forward, and we've heard the figures from the leader of the council as to how much that risks us in terms of the lost money that is being put back into reserves over the next few years, if we have just one shock in the next few years, likely to happen due to spiralling costs in adult social care, which is principally as a result of the changes that have been made on a national level with regards to wages and employer national insurance contributions, it would leave us in a grave, grave danger of being bankrupt and going to the government cap in hand for a bailout. Now, that is not something anybody in this chamber wants. And when I heard in scrutiny that some members preferred that option to setting a legal budget this year, I was astounded, because it will take power away from local people and it will lead to the direct threat against some of our most important community assets, such as the leisure centres and the libraries. Now, it's not just the reserves that this amendment is built on. It's also changes to something that Councillor Casey says nobody cares about, which is the reorganisation. Fair enough, most people don't want to be hearing about reorganisations because that's council speak. It's not really something that's very entertaining for the public to look at. But how this council is organised and how the council delivers services is the absolute bedrock of what we do. And if we aren't in a fit shape for the time that we live in, then that means we are going to fail to deliver all of the services that you want to protect. Now, if we don't go through a process of saving multi-millions of pounds each year, resulting in tens of millions of pounds in 5 years' time, that's tens of millions of pounds that won't be spent on council services like we want to be able to do when we can start putting money back into those services when we're in a more financially sustainable position. Now, I appreciate people might not want to hear that, and it might be, politically motivated to put these very emotive subjects on the savings list. But in reality, none of that can be delivered if the finances don't stack up. And we've seen very clearly in the report that the finances don't stack up.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tonight, I want to address the confusion and contradictions we've seen from the Labour group when it comes to our council's finances, what I can only describe as Labour maths. On one hand, they tell us we should have healthy reserves, but in the next breath, they produce an amendment that says reserves don't matter. They demand we outline Plan B whilst refusing to engage with a Plan A. And instead of bringing forward realistic amendments or constructive proposals, what do? Rather than approaching us with suggestions, they go straight to the press. Good at writing headlines and giving sound bites, but no good at suggesting a realistic way forward. It's easy to sit in opposition and criticise when you're not the ones making the decisions, whilst our leader, deputy and cabinet have spent hours, days and weeks working to find the best value for all residents. Labour's contribution? Asking, what's Plan B? As if governance is just a multiple choice quiz. I keep hearing from opposition members that they were not elected to impose these cuts. Well, let me tell you what else you were not elected to do. Refuse to take responsibility, dodge the difficult decisions and play politics while residents are looking for real leadership. It feels like the Labour group would prefer a Section 114 notification. Rural non-essential services would be cut and council tax would rise by 10% year on year. That's their idea of a solution. Let's be realistic. If this amendment were to pass, our residents would suffer. In both wards I've represented as elected member, I've yet to meet a single resident who wants to see a 10% year-on-year council tax increase. Actually, there are a few in the borough. They're just all sat over there on the raid table. So, to those who find this job difficult, return to your residents, tell them it's too much for you, and step aside so they can elect someone actually capable of representing their best interests. You only have to look at Labour's track record. Nationally, they spend their first months in government throwing billions.
Councillor Collins, we're talking about the amendment, if you don't mind.
I'm
Can we
getting
stick
there,
to the
Madam Mayor.
amendment. Thank
I'm getting there, Madam Mayor. Despite claiming they need to plug an imaginary 22 billion black hole, yet locally, what are they doing? The very thing that we were lambasted for, not giving local governments enough money. Labour's hypocrisy is staggering. They're happy to waste money at one level whilst pretending to be responsible at another. But let's be clear, residents see through the headlines and sound bites. They want leadership, not opposition, for opposition's sake. This Conservative administration, on the other hand, are here to make responsible decisions. We are focused on balancing the budget, protecting vital services and ensuring long-term financial sustainability. In my 4 years as a councillor, I've never heard of the Section 151 officer not being able to support an amendment.
Councillor Collins, I have to interrupt again. We should be talking to the amendment. You are talking to the main motion.
Yeah.
May I suggest...
the amendment. This is the amendment. I've just said the amendment.
The main motion will come when we've decided whether we're going to accept or refuse the amendment. Please stick to the words on the page.
I have. I've mentioned that the 151 officer cannot support this amendment. I've also said that the amendment is not constructive.
Fair enough.
Okay. I've got one paragraph, Madam Mayor. May I complete it?
Certainly. Keep going.
So, the next time that Labour asks if there is a plan B, perhaps they should start by deciding exactly what plan A is. Because right now, we're all getting from them is contradiction, confusion, sound bites. But Councillor Ali, the chaos is all yours. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes. I've heard the motion proposed that we now move to the vote. I can tell you we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 people wishing to speak. But this is in your decision. You make the decision. Do you want to stop this debate on the amendment and move to the main motion, or do you want to carry on taking speeches? So I'm going to put it to the vote. So are we ready to, I'm going to take it on a vote that you vote at the desk, not on hands, okay? We just have to hang on for a minute. Yes? No? Well, what's the reply with Steve Clark? Can I just remind everyone, all rights of reply on everything that we're doing on the budget rest with Councillor Clark. Right. Are we ready to vote? So, right. It's all right. So if you've made up your mind that you have heard enough speeches, you've made up your mind, you vote agree.
Oh, sorry,
I'm just trying to explain it to you.
Could everybody just let the mayor speak?
I am just trying to explain to you. Yes, if you wish to stop this debate and go to the vote on the amendment. No, if you have other people you wish to hear speak, and then there is abstain. Right. Well, you vote. I haven't taken the count yet. All those in favour of the question now being put, vote yes. No, it's still going. Well, yes, but some people haven't, like me. I will keep on going until 72 votes have been cast. You know, I can count. We're nearly there. There we go. Right. Right, 72 votes have been cast and the motion to go to the vote has been carried. So no more speakers. We will now go, we will go to the vote on this amendment. So the right to reply is Councillor Clark.
Is it right to reply now?
Can I just remind the mover of the main motion has the right to reply on absolutely everything, including all the amendments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My remarks earlier on the importance of building the council's depleted reserves apply to this amendment, and I will answer you directly later on, Councillor Casey. And I suggest this amendment is ill-conceived and based on a lack of understanding of the perils facing this council. On this side of the chamber, we understand those perils and are working very hard to preserve our borough from future financial failure. Meanwhile, we have the Labour group apparently playing politics with unnecessary and ill-considered amendments that will damage the council. The Conservative group will not be able to support this amendment. Madam Mayor, I believe it was Emperor Nero who is said to have fiddled whilst Rome burnt. I hope Councillor Ali is to lay down his violin. Madam Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. You caught me. I can't quite remember who did fiddle. I thought it was Nero. Never mind. Right. So, Councillor Clark has exercised his right of reply. We now move to the vote on the amendment. All right, so we're looking at the amendment. It's Amendment 1 in the name of, I've forgotten who it's in the name of, the Labour group. Right, thank you. So all those in favour of the amendment, please vote green. All those against, vote no, red. And if you can't make your mind up, you're a yellow. Just remember, you have to wait until the little square has gone full colour. Yes, they're all named, yes. Unfortunately, the name vote does not appear on this screen, so I have to, it will do when we've finished. It is, it's coming. Steve, can you put it on the screen, please? So,
there you go, it's coming. It's coming.
Any minute now, it will appear. I'd like to say that the amendment is lost. There you go. All right, so you've seen it. Right, we now move to the, I've done that. The next amendment, hang on, in the name of Councillor Tromans. Councillor Tromans is not speaking as the leader of a group, so you have 5 minutes to put your motion. Thank you, Councillor Tromans.
And to the great relief of everybody in this chamber, I promise to keep my remarks brief. I would like to open today in recognition of the efforts of Councillor Clark, our outgoing Section 151 officer, and all those involved in preparing this budget. I think setting a local authority budget in these uncertain times is probably the definition of a thankless task. You all have my utmost respect. This budget contains many measures which I dare say all 72 of us would rather not administer. However, tonight we must set a budget. If we do not, we will be stripped of that duty and it will be handed over to central government. Now, in the run-up to this evening, I've heard a lot of loose talk saying that this is a commissioner's budget, and we may as well get the cavalry down from the Ministry of Housing, Community and Local Governments. But that is quite simply not the case. If we do not set a budget tonight, everything not nailed down to the floor by statute will be in the firing line. Our libraries, our leisure centres, and yes, our public loos too. With this amendment I move today, I'm seeking to protect two key concerns to my residents. Firstly, I want to delay the decision around removing the non-statutory services which the Welfare Rights Team provide until such time as the impact of removing this resource can be understood. Although many of us, or some of us, already know about the impact this team have. In a recent visit to a food bank in my ward, I met a man in his late 50s, a proud man, a practical man, a man who's worked with his hands his entire life, handy with DIY, but less so with forms. Let's call him John. John's trouble started when he was declared medically unfit for work following an injury. With his financial security gone and bills piling up, John's life spiralled rapidly out of control. All of us in this chamber are much closer to John's situation than someone let's say Elon Musk. All of us are only a few months, most of us anyway, are only a few months of bad luck away from facing destitution. John told me plainly that before he was able to benefit from face-to-face advice by a member of the Welfare Rights Team, he was considering taking his own life. And I've been back to the Replenish Food Bank in Stourbridge a few times, and let me tell you, councillors, that is not the first time I've heard that. I would like to take this opportunity now to thank the Labour councillors who did sign my letter, alongside faith leaders, community leaders from across this borough. I thank you so much for having the courage that your leadership does not have. The Welfare Rights Team is a lifeline to many in our borough, and we should vote tonight to protect it. Turning now to the second part of this motion, access to public loos is a basic human right, and nobody should feel pressured to buy something if they want to spend a penny. The public toilets near Wollaston Island have been serving the village for more than 50 years and remain well used. I am proposing that we finance keeping the loos in Wollaston open and in Netherton partially by scrapping the mayoral car. At an earlier stage of the budget setting process, I proposed freezing councillors' allowances. This proposal will not save a vast amount of money, but it is important that we as councillors show our willingness to tighten our belts if we are asking the public to do so as well. So I'm asking you all tonight, join me in being a turkey that votes for Christmas and support this amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tromans. I believe Councillor Priest, you are seconding? Oh, sorry. Councillor Stafford.
Yeah, seconded, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
As my colleague Councillor Tromans has already stated, we are proposing two key changes. One, to defer the saving number 21, the disbanding of the Welfare Rights Team, by 6 months, and to reverse saving number 90, the closure of public conveniences in Netherton and Wollaston. We will offset the shortfalls by disposing of the mayoral limousine and reducing the contingency budget. Let's be clear, the Welfare Rights Team isn't just doing paperwork. They are a lifeline service. They help our residents access the benefits they are entitled to, but might not know how to claim. Last year alone, they helped secure over 1 million in benefit gains for Dudley residents. In a time when winter fuel allowances are being slashed, energy bills are skyrocketing, and the 2-child benefit cap is trapping families in poverty, this team is essential. Without them, people will be left to navigate a complex benefit system alone, and many will simply go without. According to the policy in practice, 22.7 billion of financial support went unclaimed nationally last year alone. In Dudley,
over 4,500 households eligible for pension credit missed out on more than £10 million. These aren't just numbers, these are real people. These are our neighbours who are struggling to make ends meet. We propose deferring this cut by 6 months to ensure we have a detailed and credible plan for how Citizens Advice and any other service or organisation will manage the increased demand. We need assurance that no one will fall through the cracks. This is about avoiding savings. This isn't about avoiding savings, it's about protecting vulnerable people while ensuring a reasonable transition. Closing public toilets might save £70,000, but at what cost? For many eligible, especially the elderly, disabled and those with medical conditions, public toilets are not a convenience, they are essential. People are dependent on these facilities and they plan their day around toilet breaks. Public toilets allow them to visit town centres and participate in community life. Without them, we take away that independence. Parents with young children, caregivers accompanying loved ones with disabilities, people with chronic health conditions, they all rely on these facilities. Closing them is not just inconvenience, it's cruel and undignified. To fund the continuation of these vital services, we propose to reduce the contingency budget and dispose of the mayoral limousine and its associated staffing costs. In a time of financial constraint, maintaining a taxpayer-funded luxury car is indefensible. Members in this chamber have a simple choice with this amendment: back the lose or back the limo. I urge you to support this amendment. Let's show our residents that we see them, we hear them, and we stand with them. And let's fund these priorities by cutting luxuries, not lifelines. Thank you.
Sorry. Councillor Harley, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Quite brief and short on this one. My group will support this amendment. Unlike the previous amendment, Madam Mayor, which would have taken £40 million plus out of this budget, this one is cost neutral over 5 years, and hence why we can support.
Thank you, Councillor Harley. I call on Councillor Cowell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This amendment is nonsense. Instead of playing politics, the Unity Group should have supported our amendment, which would, amongst many other things, have protected the public toilets proposed for closure. In regard to the welfare rights team cuts, simply delaying by 6 months will benefit no one. As for establishing the ability of the CAB to take up the slack, they are struggling now, before the cuts come in, reaching out to Dudley Federation for assistance with benefits cases, which can't be provided due to restrictions placed on their own funding by this administration, who simply fail to understand what it is like to struggle with family finances when you have nothing coming in and no savings to fall back on. As it is Councillor Clark who will be asked to respond to this debate, I would be interested in his opinion as to whether he thinks that the response from the CAB will be more or less positive 6 months into the impact of this budget, and if it is less positive, what will his administration do about that? To the Unity Group, I would like to point out that the only thing that this amendment serves to do is to protect the Tory budget cuts. Many people may well benefit from spending a penny in Wollaston if this goes through, but thanks to your support of the Tory budget, they will struggle to spend any more in the local shops and businesses. I urge Council to oppose this amendment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cowell. I call Councillor Adam Aston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's the first time I've heard a 10-year-old Jag with a dodgy DPF called a luxury limo. With reference to the Unity Group, or Councillor Troman's amendment, paragraph 3, point number 2, and the proposal to defer the cut to the welfare rights team by 6 months to allow more detailed assurance of the Citizens Advice Bureau to deal with the extra work. As he outlined, last month, members of the Unity Group authored a letter sent to Councillor Clark setting out their strong and determined opposition to the abolition of the team. In social media posts, they proclaimed that they were doing all they could to protect the welfare rights function. And yet, here we are with this rather lukewarm, half-hearted plan to have a little chat with the CAB. I wonder if Councillor Tromans agrees that this amendment effectively admits defeat. What if the CAB don't have the capacity to deal with the extra work, Councillor Tromans, what if they're unable to provide more detailed assurance? Won't it all be a bit too late by then? Because this amendment provides nothing but a 6-month delay to the inevitable. Didn't I just imagine it? Or did Councillor Tromans and Councillor Stafford just have the opportunity not to delay the imminent demise of the team, not to kick it down the path for 6 months, but to actually save a service so vital to the most vulnerable members of our community by supporting our amendment? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Kesey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly, I'm happy to support this amendment. If I could we just need to drop this language, though, because it's misleading the public. The Mayor in Dudley does not have a limo. She has a however many years old Jaguar XF that's worth less than 10 grand. And if that is going to save Dudley's finances, God help us, is all I can say to that. The other thing I'm going to say is I totally agree with Councillor Stafford, but I'm going to take it one step further. It's not just people in Netherton and Wollaston that need a weed. It's people in Sedgley and it's people in Gornal, it's people in Upper Gornal and Woodsetton and all across the borough. So I will support this amendment as long as it is extended. If someone wants to put an amendment in, I will agree with it, that toilets are reopened across the borough because Sedgley lost its toilets twice. And I think if they're fit for one ward or 2 wards, they're fit for all wards. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Just to make it clear, I have in the procedures, I can accept amendments from the floor during the meeting. What we do when I ask for them at the beginning of the meeting is to try and put into place good practice, but you can still move an amendment from the floor. And now call on Councillor Lowe.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Firstly, the Labour Group will not be supporting this amendment, and I'll go through a couple of reasons as to why that is. Firstly, it's been mentioned this evening in a previous part of the discussion, the importance of collaboration. Now, the facts, Madam Mayor, with regard to the collaboration with regard to this amendment, is we shared our amendment the moment the Labour Group made their decision. Indeed, we didn't even receive this amendment until the papers went out. And indeed, I shall be repeating the same on the next agenda item for Amendment 2. So it is not collaborative. And indeed, let's look at the Unity Group. The Unity Group that is that united, the proposer of this motion supported our amendment, and the seconder of the amendment didn't vote for it. There is unity for you. And let's look, Madam Mayor, what does strong opposition look like? Now, I've been a political animal for many, many years. Strong opposition says that we will defend that service. We will seek to overturn that service. But for 6 months, it's a nonsense. And then they look for the headlines, Madam Mayor, and they try and create this whole narrative of the mayor going round in a Bentley or a Tesla, the first citizen of this borough. They believe the King's representative in this borough. And for cheap headlines, because that's all it is, Madam Mayor, cheap headlines, they want to create this whole narrative about the mayor swanning around, living the life of luxury, disappearing to Cannes or to the Brooks Bar, drinking mojitos. We all know it's a nonsense. Now, Madam Mayor, they've had the opportunity. Our phone has been open. Showkat Ali's been around since Friday to collaborate with anybody and everybody. I respect Councillor Harley.
That is not true. First I've heard about the Labour amendment in the press.
I don't think I was referring to you, Councillor Harley, unless you're now a member of the Unity Group. Feel free. I mean, what we're witnessing here this evening, I mean, for the record, for the absolute record, there's a difference, Madam Mayor, and this amendment outlines it. You can work in collaboration or you can work in capitulation. And that's what these two amendments are. And we will see the collaborative approach of the Unity Group slowly capitulate as firstly Amendment 1, then secondly Amendment 2 get passed. And damn the vulnerable people of our communities who are looking for a better alternative tonight. And we shall be reminding the people in our communities exactly who did what. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I call on Councillor Steve Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just quickly to touch, thank you, Patrick Harley, for the support earlier. I would like to point out that I have continued support from Pete Lowe and Councillor Westwood and advice, which I've been grateful of. My point on this amendment, this motion is amendment, is does it de facto become a vote on removing the mayor? Because in the future, if we have a mayor of somebody within this room who's disabled, they are going to be unable to get anywhere and do any of the mayoral duties. So I'm worried that although actually the background to the motion I completely support, but if we in this chamber tonight remove the mayor's limousine, as we want to call it, we are therefore in the future removing anybody with any form of disability, whether it's been blindness or unable to walk or drive, in fulfilling the role of mayor. So I think we have to be careful that we aren't actually putting something out there which we've legally got no control over, because it could be against human rights or disabled rights.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. I call on Councillor Simon Phipps.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll use an old phrase that was used by a former colleague of ours. I wasn't going to speak on this. The reason why I have indicated to speak is probably in response to that kind of point put by Councillor Edwards, because as Madam Mayor will know, I have a thought about the mayoral service and the things that we could do differently in the future. And that is grounded in the sort of work that I have done with previous mayors. And credit to all of them for the amount of work that they managed to get around, the people they managed to visit, the money that they managed to raise. With, in fairness, only fairly limited resources. It's not like Birmingham that has 2 cars and an army of staff going around with the Lord Mayor of Birmingham to various different places. But one thing that, I mean, I refer back to a time when I was offering support to a previous mayor who said, well, I can't go to this event because there isn't someone that can drive me there or go there. And that wasn't because they couldn't drive to the event or get to the event themselves. It was because there wasn't the possibility of having somebody with them to look after the chains and all of the other things that you need to do to attend a formal event. And if the mayor wants to go to these sorts of things, why are we restricting them from going? And that is what this saving actually starts to loosen up, and it starts to be able to give the mayoral service a little bit more ability to let the mayor go to events if they want to. So it certainly wouldn't be removing the mayor or stopping anybody with disabilities from becoming the mayor, because there would still be the option of the mayor being driven to events by members of the team, but those members of the team would be able not only to go there and do all the things that are currently done, but then could ensure that they walk away with the ability to promote what the mayor has done, a combined comms role that will be able to promote the work of the first citizen of the borough. Now, the reason why I mentioned the work that I did with the former mayor is they were struggling to get to this event or another. So I think, correct me if I've not asked them to correct me, but they will correct me afterwards if I'm wrong. But they went to the event and then I wrote a press release for them, because the council service couldn't do that if the mayor wasn't there in the chains and the regalia and all that sort of stuff. Now, I wanted that person to be able to go out, and so I offered, because I write press releases in my professional career, I offered to do that so people could see the work that they were doing. And actually, this saving isn't necessarily, I don't think, about the point of removing cars, this, that and the other, but it's the ability to change the mayoral service for the better. You know, and it will give the option for the mayor to attend more events and to be far more effective in their ability to serve the residents of the borough and to represent them. So I'll be supporting this, absolutely no problem at all.
Thank you, Councillor. There are no other speakers. Okay.
for a different set of circumstances with what Councillor Phipps is claiming to what's on the sheet?
Can I? The issue is that I'm just going to report what we believe, that after the meeting of overview and scrutiny, it was decided it would come to full council, and then we got the message that there'd be no movement, and then when we were at one of the meetings prior, one of those 4-hour meetings, it was announced it would be reviewed this coming year. So the idea that this mayor wants to cling onto a car that is the most uncomfortable thing you've ever ridden in your life and you can't get out with it. Why do you think I wear trousers? It just is that that's the fact. So all Councillor Phipps has done, I don't know why I'm sticking up for him, but all he has done is give you an overview of the things that are already being discussed. But you are quite right, it doesn't appear like that here, and the person who it impacts the most is not in this meeting tonight. I asked him to stay outside because you are actually telling someone you're not going to be used anymore. So that's why my attendant is not here tonight. He is, he'll come and help me out. So I'm going to look to the mover. I'm looking at the mover, who I know has told me I ought to go everywhere on a bicycle. Sorry, on the bus. Yes. I could be terribly cruel and say to you the only time we've ever done anything together in Stourbridge, you turned up late and you did blame the bus, but never mind. Can I just say, no, I'm going to, I'm just saying to you, I am actually offering you an olive branch here, actually. Would you like to clarify what you think removing £54,000 away will do? What will it actually achieve other than to get rid of the limousine, which is going to raise £10,000? What's the rest of the £54,000 going to be used for? What are you removing?
Sir, whether this is actually appropriate?
You might own it.
Yeah. Oh, you know, you can hear me. Is this an appropriate use of questioning? Is this
All
normal
right then,
procedure, or does the mayor have an undeclared interest?
I'm not offering you an olive branch. We will now move to the vote. Okay. You have a right of reply, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And with reference to Councillor Cowell and Councillor Aston, with reference to the Citizens Advice Bureau, I will answer that in my own summing up of the substantive motion. And with the, I think, Councillor Lowe, you've put your Netherton councillors and your Wollaston councillors by saying that they're not going to vote for keeping open the Wollaston and Netherton toilets. You've actually, you've put them in a very difficult position by doing this. So, Madam Mayor, although I am concerned to see any proposals that defer the attainment of savings, the Conservative group understands the points made, notes the modest impact of this amendment, and will support the motion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. So I put to you in the name of Councillor Tromans the amendment. All those in favour vote green, all those against vote red, and if you can't make up your mind, vote yellow. Are you yellow, Councillor Tate? Just counting it up, yes. I think everybody's voted. No, there's one more to vote. One person has not voted. There you are. No, it isn't.
We see the names.
That's it. Thank you. That amendment is carried. Thank you very much, everyone. And we now move on to the amendment in the name of Councillor Ryan Priest. May I remind Councillor Priest, as the leader of a group, you have as long as you want to talk about the budget, and then you will have 5 minutes to move your amendment.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. For years, this council, like so many others, has been dealt a losing hand. Decades of financial mismanagement by the two old parties, both here in Dudley and in Westminster, have left us grappling with a crisis that was entirely avoidable. This financial emergency that we face is not a sudden storm. It's a consequence of short-term thinking, political gamesmanship, and a fundamental failure to plan for the future. Under the stewardship of both Labour and the Conservatives, Dudley has been left behind. It's not modernised as it should have, it has not invested as it must, and crucially, it has not prepared for the inevitable rainy days that are now upon us. But let's be clear, this is not just a failure of past leadership in this chamber, it's a failure of Westminster itself. Whether under the previous Conservative government or the current Labour one, neither has made local government a priority. Neither has given Dudley the support it deserves. Now, I believe in local government. I believe in its power to transform lives and shape communities and to serve people in the most direct and meaningful way, that there is no more vital layer of government in this country. Yet for too long, local government has been treated as an afterthought, left to struggle while Westminster dictates from above. The fundamental issue is clear. Local government is being asked to shoulder a burden that it simply cannot bear. The cost of adult social care is rising, and instead of delivering a real solution, successive governments, both past and present, have told us to figure it out on our own. We're being forced to dismantle local services brick by brick just to keep one essential part of our system afloat. It's not a sustainable model, and we're collapsing in slow motion. And I'm tired of this crisis being sugar-coated. The Labour government tell us that they have a plan, £1 billion ring-fence for adult social care, and for that they expect applause. They expect us to call this a victory. But if we're honest, £1 billion barely covers the cost of adult social care in the Black Country, let alone nationwide. Yet they parade it as if they've solved the problem. At least when the previous government shortchanged us, they didn't have the audacity to ask for applause. Now, there is much in this budget that I do not like, and I deeply resent being tasked with cleaning up the mess that two old parties have created. It would be politically easy, even comfortable, for the Liberal Democrats to sit on the sidelines, to point the finger and say, "We told you so." But that's not leadership, and that's not why we're here. We're not elected to avoid difficult decisions, we're elected to serve. That means stepping up, even when the situation is dire, and especially when the choices are tough. So to those on the Labour benches who've listened to this budget tonight and sat there thinking this should have been us, I hope you never forget that it could have been. This could have been a Labour administration. This could have been a Labour budget. But in Dudley's darkest moment, when Labour had the chance to lead, they sat on their hands and installed a Conservative administration. Leadership is not about waiting for a better moment. It's not about avoiding difficult choices. It's about stepping up when the people who elected you need you most. And when that moment came, the Labour Party looked the other way. Well, we won't do the same. You accuse Liberal Democrats of collaborating with the Conservatives. Well, let me tell you, our group doesn't hang out blank cheques so easily. Instead, we've spent this entire municipal year fighting our red lines in meetings where representatives of all three groups are invited, but all too often, only two show up. The result? A budget that keeps libraries and leisure centres open, something that just 3 months ago seemed impossible. It's our red lines, our influence on this budget, that libraries and leisure centres are not considered. Now, business as usual is crippling local government. That's why we must be bold and innovative. We cannot afford to sit back and hope for change. We have to create it ourselves. And that's why, Madam Mayor, I'm moving an amendment to this budget to establish the necessary funding for a feasibility study into a Cradley Town Council. We need a local government that is closer to the people it serves, a form of government that listens, acts, and is not bound to outdated ways of doing things.
Can I just stop you for a second? Have you started moving your amendment now?
Yes.
Thank you. I just need to time you.
Would you like
I just need to time you.
Oh, okay. We need a form of government that understands the challenges of our communities, not from a distance, but not from behind closed doors, but from within. Now, we must reject the idea that our only option is to accept the slow decline of our public services. Now, I appreciate some of you have concerns about this. You may question the necessity of another layer of government or worry about the financial implications, and they're valid concerns that deserve a reasoned response. So on the cost, the average Band D precept for a town council in this financial year nationwide is just 75 pence per person per week. For that, residents in parished areas get a council made up of volunteer councillors from their own community, entirely focused on their community. That means every penny is spent directly on their parks, their streets, their community facilities. You might argue that these responsibilities should fall with the upper tier authority, but history tells us when the times are tough, it's the niceties that are first to go. Now, I could sit here and complain about the situation. I could spend a lifetime in opposition bemoaning how things should be or reminiscing about how they once were, but I was elected to get things done, not complain about inaction. This government and the government before it have made it very clear that local government is on its own. So creating a town council is a solution to that financial challenge. It means Cradley's money is ring-fenced to Cradley's people. Now, you may wonder how this fits with the national government's reorganisation agenda, and the answer, perfectly fine. Town and parish councils will not be weakened by reorganisation. In fact, when we've seen reorganisation before, their role has only been strengthened. You may also worry that this sets a precedent, that when Cradley succeeds, others may follow. Well, I'd put it to you that that's not a weakness, that is a strength. If Cradley demonstrates a model of governance that is more responsive and more effective, and more engaged with residents, why would we not welcome that model elsewhere? Stronger communities make for a stronger borough, and unprecedented times call for an unprecedented response. This is about taking power out of the hands of Dudley and putting it back in the hands of local communities. But more than anything else, this decision should not be made by this chamber alone. The establishment of a Cradley Town Council should not be a decision for politicians. And as much as it is nice to hear the expert view of the Councillor for Castle and Priory on what goes on in Cradley, this is a decision for the people of Cradley to make. Legally, it must go to a referendum. Now, for decades, Cradley has been spoken for, not spoken to. So I ask you to back this amendment and finally give Cradley the chance to speak for itself. Thank you.
Minutes. Thank you very much. I now call on, I'm trying to work out who's next. Councillor Turner. Oh, sorry, need a seconder? I think it's Councillor Stafford. Am I right?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Formally seconded. There are a few people in this room who understand just how special Cradley is to me. It's where I was born, it's where I was raised, and it's where my heart remains. For as long as I can remember, Cradley has been the least favourite son of the Dudley Borough, sandwiched between Halesoe and Stourbridge, yet never truly feeling like part of either. Cradley is a proud town with a proud history, but its people are tired. Tired of being at the back of the queue when it comes to investment, tired of waiting for improvements that never come, and tired of being overlooked by decision makers who don't know us and show no interest in getting to know us. A town council for Cradley will some way go towards fixing this. It's about taking power away from a place and from politicians who have no political will to improve our area and giving back to the people who live there, the people who know it, the people who love it, and the people who deserve better. I know some will question the cost of setting up a town council, but let's be clear. This is about smarter spending, not more spending. It's about making sure money is spent by the people who understand the local needs, ensuring value for every single pound. Others might worry about duplication of services or added bureaucracy. The truth is, a town council wouldn't be about replicating what's already done, but about enhancing the target efforts where they're needed most. It would work in collaboration with the Dudley Borough, complementing services, not competing with them. And for all of those who doubt its effectiveness, let me say this: influence starts with a voice. And for decades, the two old parties have ensured Cradley does not have one. A town council puts Cradley back at the table, advocating for the investments, improvements our community deserves. It's about taking control of our destiny rather than waiting on promises that never materialise. I do have to pinch myself every time I take my seat in this chamber, but while it is an honour to serve my community that made me who I am today, I must confess I've never really liked politics all that much. And I must confess that getting elected hasn't really changed that. My ambition isn't political, it's local. It's an ambition to ensure the very best for my community and its people. And that's why I support this amendment. The noise that's come out from some members already about the potential Cradley Town Council has demonstrated exactly why we need one. We had members of this chamber publicly talking it down when they know absolutely nothing about our community and its people. Members so afraid of Cradley's ambition for the risk it inspires change. The principle behind a Cradley Town Council is simple. Decisions about Cradley should be made in Cradley by the people from Cradley. It's about taking power away from places that our community feels no connection to and from people who see Cradley as nothing more than a pawn in their political gains. Cradley has long had the desire for self-government. In 1894, Cradley's parish council was born from a community-driven push, rejecting elitism, embracing representation for all, no matter of wealth or class. It was our little parliament. A testament to local voices shaping our destiny. That spirit didn't die when the council ended in 1925. Now in 2025, a century since its abolition, 130 years since its founding, it's time to reclaim that legacy with a Cradley Town Council. This is about ensuring decisions come from those who know our streets, our strengths and our pride. A town council today puts Cradley's future back in the hands just as it was over a century ago. If you truly care about giving communities a voice, then support this. Support Cradley having the power to shape its own future, because I can promise you this, Cradley is done waiting at the back of the queue. Thank you.
Councillor Stafford. Sorry. Councillor Stewart-Turner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's hard to know really where to start on this amendment. I think the sanctimony of Councillor Priest is quite staggering, really. He talked earlier about doing what is right. Doing what is right being more important. He talked about operating with his heart and his head. And I'm not too sure where either of that really comes into with this amendment. £75,000 on a feasibility study for a town council in Cradley. Okay, it's an interesting one in many ways, but in some senses it brings me back, Madam Mayor, to the issue raised before about toilets in Wollaston or toilets in one ward and not in another. Why have we not got town councils everywhere? Well, the reason we haven't got that is because we can't afford them, and it's just another level of bureaucracy where we really don't need them. It was also quite difficult to take when Councillor Priest talks about the failed two parties earlier. Now, I didn't have to think back too far to 2010, and I think they were called the coalition government, Madam Mayor, when the Liberal Democrats, who so elegantly are sort of now the champions of the community, were quite happy to visit austerity on the people of this country. And indeed, Madam Mayor, this very much links to this amendment and indeed the whole budget. 50% cuts in local authority funding the Liberal Democrats were responsible for, so I hope they are proud of that. And actually, Madam Mayor, in conclusion, it's quite clear to me here that a deal has been done, Madam Mayor, between the old coalition partners. And indeed, I think it's also fair to say that this was a done deal from the beginning.
Well, I need to stop you there, Councillor.
And just like one last thing, Madam Mayor, the Liberal Democrats have clearly sold their soul for 30 pieces of silver, without a doubt. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I would ask that we don't make this into a fight between the different parties. We are being asked, do we agree £75,000 for a feasibility study? Not voting for it, you're asking for the £75,000 to do it, to do the feasibility study. Okay? So I turn to Councillor Kesey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Always here to save the day, don't worry. I've been doing a lot of researching on town councils and can appreciate what the Unity Group is trying to do, include more local residents in the democratic process. Indeed, and I've been told Councillor Stanley can enhance my knowledge of this, Sedgley used to have a town council. Sedgley Urban District Council was disbanded in 1966, a good year for England apparently, to make way for Dudley County Borough Council. There was then further reorganisation in 1974, which incorporated the former municipal boroughs of Stourbridge and Hales-Owen to become the Metropolitan Borough of Dudley. I therefore will support this amendment, but I'm going to offer an amendment of my own. I understand there are many calling out the Unity Group for being bought off by the Tories over this issue to get the budget through. Councillor Turner's already said 30 pieces of silver. I've seen it called in local press comments, but I'm coming to the rescue. I have a solution to ensure the feasibility study goes ahead and to ensure that any accusations of bribery are put to one side. I would like to forward an amendment that changes the word Cradley to Sedgley. Sedgley, which has a defined town centre, no doubt has residents and representatives who remember Sedgley Urban District Council and would have the experience and knowledge to assist in ensuring a successful feasibility study. I'm sure my ward colleagues, Councillors Caulfield and Sandal, would be equally keen for Sedgley to lead the way in exploring this initiative. I've not asked for a seconder, so if there isn't one, my suggestion won't go forward.
I'm going to stop you talking there. You have to find a seconder. Anybody willing to second this amendment? I'm afraid you have to stop talking. Oh, hang on. You seconding it? Right. So we have an amendment in front of us.
Thank you, Madam. Can I just finish off?
Oh, hang on. You can't have... sorry, I've just realised you can't have an amendment to an amendment.
Oh, well.
I've just realised. I don't know. So what if you wish to move an amendment, you'll have to do it when we're talking about the main motion.
Okay.
So just to clarify,
Madam, sorry.
you would have to propose another amendment if you wish to move that.
No worries. Madam Mayor, you live and learn, don't you? And thank you.
I did know that, actually, that you
No,
can't
neither
have an
did I.
amendment to
And
an amendment. I got carried away.
Live and learn. Thank you.
Well, if you read the procedure, I'm not going to quote the procedural rules, but basically you can put two amendments together, you can do all sorts of things. But I'm not going to do that on a whim now. And if you wish to move that, it's when we get to the main motion. Right. Right. This is fun, isn't it? Right. Councillor Phipps.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all credit to Councillor Kesey. That was one of the best things I've seen in this chamber for a very long period of time. It's a shame about the procedure rules didn't quite work out for that one. Firstly, Madam Mayor, I wanted to speak because I feel uniquely qualified as an actual possible ratepayer of this new town council. A lifelong Cradley resident myself, and I don't recognise the picture that's been painted. As someone who represents part of Cradley along with 8 other councillors, because Cradley is split up into different wards, I think we've actually fought very hard for our area. I think that we've managed to get good results for our individual parts of Cradley. And for the record, whilst this is not a debate on the overall concept of whether Cradley should have a town council or not, so I won't go into full detail about my thoughts on that, I don't think necessarily it is something that I personally would support with the information that's in front of me right now. However, we are not talking about, as you rightly said, we are not talking about whether we should set up a Cradley Town Council in this particular debate. What we are talking about is whether we look into the possibility of doing so through the feasibility study that has already been adopted by Cabinet. So in reality, this is not necessarily required to be put into the budget. The fact that it's been authorised through Cabinet means that that financial arrangement has been authorised. However, I appreciate this is just tidying things up and having it there in writing so you can tell your residents that's being done. And that is the key point that I wanted to raise, is the fact that as a resident of the Cradley and Woollerscope ward, they are my local councillors, the Lib Dems, and no one is as surprised as me at the rise of the Liberal Democrats in Cradley, of all places. But one thing I can tell everybody in this chamber is that they did actually campaign on that as part of their elections. They put the prospect of a town council on their literature. It went into what they proposed as part of the local elections last year, and the Liberal Democrats returned 3 councillors in Cradley. I was proudly the minority of people that voted for Conservative candidates in that election. Now, in reality, what they're doing is they are ensuring that something that they campaigned on and have an element of a mandate to try and explore and deliver, they are trying to put that through council and deliver on the mandate that they were given at an election, which, in fairness, I'll give respect to the Liberal Democrats. They'll give respect to the Liberal Democrats on that one because that's something they understand, but the party opposite in the Labour Party have no idea about delivering on promises that they've given in an election.
Come on, Councillor Phipps. Right, Councillor Casey. How do you follow that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, where to start? Yeah, I could not get up and speak on this, and people who are at Cabinet will be expecting me to say what I'm about to say. And I thank Councillor Priest for calling me an expert. I don't think I've been called an expert in anything, but I mean, he could have been referring to my other 2 ward colleagues in Castle and Priory, so I'll take it as a compliment, though. But this is where we see, Madam Mayor, where actions speak volumes, and as Councillor Turner said, Councillor Priest had the opportunity earlier, and I said if he was going to do the right and easy thing, he would withdraw this because it's genuinely mad. It's just genuinely mad. And it's hard to take lectures from the Lib Dems, as Councillor Turner said again about the coalition government, which kicked austerity off and which has led us to where we are today in terms of this council and the position that we're in. So I was surprised to see it at Cabinet. Councillor Phipps seems to be saying it's gone through Cabinet, so it's a done deal anyway, which is a bit weird as to why it's here. Yeah, but it's mad. And it should have been shelved straight away. It should have been shelved straight away. And the fact that it's here tonight as a formal amendment to this budget is a complete disgrace. After everything that we've heard tonight about the services that are going to be cut, the impact that it's going to have on residents across this borough, the idea that this should be a priority and the money allocated to it, of all the things that you could have picked to have saved in terms of this budget, and that was in our amendment as well, is genuinely, I'll say it again, the maddest thing I've heard. And no, Councillor Priest, I'm no expert on Cradley. It's a beautiful place. I've been there many times, but I'm no expert. But what I do know is that people in Cradley will rightly be furious about this, that when you could have picked anything else to save in this budget, you could have picked any other priority, that you think that residents in Cradley would want to pay twice for the privilege, which is the one thing you haven't mentioned about the precept that a town council would be able to levy on local people, that they would want to pay twice for the same services that they already don't think they're getting best value for money for through their council tax now, is genuinely just crazy. I'll save you the 75 grand now on the feasibility study and say this is genuinely a non-starter, and there is no way that people in Cradley will want this, and you should know that. You should know that as the local councillor. So I genuinely think, Madam Mayor, that anyone that votes for this amendment tonight should be thoroughly embarrassed and thoroughly ashamed. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Casey. Seconded.
Seconded.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
I've heard it moved and seconded that we move to the vote on this amendment. I have to inform you I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more speakers. All right, so I'm going to ask you to vote now. Do we move to the vote? If you agree that we move to the vote, you press green until your little button goes totally green. If you want to hear more speeches, you press red. And if you're fed up of everything, you do abstain. Right. sorry, everyone has voted and it has been carried that we will now move to the vote. Right of reply for Councillor Clark. Okay, thank you. Actually, no, this is the right. Do we move? We are now going to the vote itself. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The provision of the financial resources to enable council to make a decision on the prospect of a feasibility study for a possible town council in Cradley, when it considers the matter on the 3rd of March, seems a sensible proposal and will be supported by the Conservative group. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. So we now move to the vote on Councillor Priest's amendment, and I call, yes, we're off to the vote. All right, all those who agree it, please vote yes. All those against, vote red. And if you don't want to know, vote yellow. Yes, all 72 have voted and that amendment is carried. Right, we now move to the main motion as amended. It's not been amended by 1, but it has been amended by Amendment 2 and Amendment 3. I'm going to be cheeky. I'll offer you the chance off the floor of, would you like to change it from Cradley to Sedgley and see how you get on? The procedural rules allow you. You can do it off the floor if you want to. Our procedural rules do allow it.
Madam Mayor, on behalf of the people of Sedgley, damn right, yes. But in a spirit of conciliation, both, I think, would be a nice compromise. If Councillor Denning is willing to second that again, then we can vote on it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
No, we're on the main motion and we've just taken another amendment. Is it seconded? Oh dear, it's not seconded this time. What a shame. No, we're talking about an amendment from the floor. Our procedural rules quite definitely say you can do it. And it's been moved by Councillor Kesey. He has not got a seconder, therefore it falls. Fair enough, it has been seconded. So the motion is that this should be a town council for Sedgley and not... Don't look at me, I can assure you. For both. For both. Okay. Hang on. You've just voted. No, hang on. We are... Can I have some order, please? Thank you. I'm asking first. I'm asking. No, I'm going to ask. Councillor Kesey... Just wait a minute. Councillor Kesey and Councillor Tromans, are you saying that this should be for both areas? Or is it either or?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry?
Sorry, my turn. If this is a feasibility study and it's going to cost £75,000, then I don't see why it shouldn't be for Sedgley and Cradley, because if it works, it can work for every ward. So, yes, thank you.
Yes, right. Can I have some order, please? Can I have some order, please? Oh, can I use that? Can I have some order? What Councillor Kesey has done is in the procedural rules. When you've got a main motion as amended, you can put in an amendment from the floor as long as it's not an essay long. Now I've got the point of how is it going to be paid for. Now we have agreed, we've just agreed, 75,000 for Cradley. So if we make this for two of them, then you are doubling the price. No. But all right then, how?
Do need an adjournment.
Yeah, just a second. Yes, I will listen to you. You're the last one I'm going to listen to, and then I'm going to have a quick adjournment.
Right, thank you. I believe, and I'm sorry, Councillor Clark, you're going to have to feed back on this one as well. I do apologise, but I believe, was it Councillor Phipps who said, this is a feasibility study on a town council. Now, I don't see why it has to be specific to Cradley. A town council is a generic thing that could, if it works for Cradley, it could work for everyone. So really, what this should have been from the beginning is the feasibility of town councils, full stop. Because we're all proud of our wards. We all want our local residents to get involved in our wards. I stood up somewhat facetiously saying, be great to have it in Sedgley, just to save the Lib Dems from being accused of being bought out by the Conservatives, and it seems to have caused a right kerfuffle. But I am still going to leave my amendment in. A feasibility study on one should be equally as applicable to a feasibility study on 2 or 24. So that's my amendment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Right. So, as long as this, whatever you're proposing is not going to exceed £75,000, is that what you're saying? Right. I'm going to ask for advice on this. The fact that you can move a motion from the floor is correct, but the issue is money. Because the amendment put by Councillor Priest was to have the right for £75,000 for council for Cradley. And I just want to know how much that's tied up with this decision. So you'll have to give me a few minutes, okay?
The pub's open.
I don't know where you're going, folks. The Okay. Right, we are ready to reconvene. Thank you very much. What's his name? I've forgotten. Tom. Tom. Thank you, colleagues. I'm about to start. Never thought I'd have to get my procedural rules out. Thank you, colleagues. Playtime is over. Right. Thank you. Right. I've been reading the procedural rules. That you can actually have under 14.6b 2 amendments on the go at the same time, but it's supposed to be to ease the debate. I have to say, Councillor Kesey, your amendment has not eased the debate. We also have to ask the question, where will the money come from? And I need it in writing. So if you want to if you wish to continue with your amendment, Councillor Kesey, I will need it in writing, and everybody will have to have a copy. So, and at the other point that I've just been reminded, where will the money come from?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I thought you were going to say, and you've got to write it in your own blood, bury it for 10,000 years and then hoik it out again to get it through. I am very happy to write it down, and if Democratic Services will go and photocopy it for everyone, fine. And where will it come from? It will come from the contingency fund. Thank you.
Right. We will now take an adjournment of about 10 minutes till 5 to 9. For this amendment to become, so I give you at least 5 to 9, everybody. Thank you, colleagues. Have we got... No, no, no. Have they got... No, no, not yet. Not yet. Have you got the paper? Oh, no, we haven't got them yet. Haven't got them. Tom and Brendan have got the chair.
Do they need any time to digest?
I wouldn't have thought so. No, we haven't got the written copies yet. Right, thank you, colleagues. Could we sit down, please? Thank you, colleagues. Right, colleagues, I'm calling you to order now, please. I'm calling you to order. Thank you. You have not got the amendments in front of you yet, but I am expecting them to come through that door any minute. But I just thought this is a bit of a salutary tale, actually, because as you know, when I became the mayor, I said, we don't take motions off the floor and then run round and get them printed. We have them handed in before we have the meeting, so that when you have the meeting, you make the decisions and you've had time to make up your mind. Under Procedure 14.6, as it stands at the moment in our procedural rules, you can't do that. Thank you, Councillor Phipps. You can't do that. We have to wait until somebody moves it off the floor, and then you have all this flurrying around to try and find the paper. So I hope when we amend the procedural rules later, but before the next annual meeting, you will understand why I did what I did. Because if I didn't do what I did when I did what I did, every meeting we hold would be like this. And I hope those of you who have experienced being in my seat will understand what I'm talking about. Have we got them now? Have we got the amendments? They are being printed at the moment. Okay. It's all right. I'm going to tell you what I was going to say at the end of the meeting while we wait for the amendments to arrive. When you leave the building tonight, you will see that it is lit up with the colours of the flag for Ukraine. We stand in solidarity with Ukraine, and that's why the flag is there. We are remembering, doesn't matter about the politics, but we are actually remembering those who have been killed, whichever side they're on, because that's what war is the result of. So that flag is a remembrance for those who've died. I've got one nice bit of news. I didn't do it start off with, but I'll do it now. I'd like to thank the members of Cradley who came to the unveiling of the pump track at Homer Hill Park, not last Saturday, the Saturday before. It was a great occasion, it was well attended, and the community were really pleased with what happened. There were little ones going around on pedal bikes, and there were those who were doing double flips and all sorts of things I don't know the description of. So I'd like to thank everybody, the Friends of Homer Hill Park, for providing that wonderful memorial to our sadly departed councillor, Richard Boddy. And I do believe, I thought I saw somebody come through the door with a paper version. She's just there. Right, any second now. So, just to say, I'm not going to accept any more amendments. I've got one from Councillor Kesey, and I've got another one from Councillor Alley.
He's withdrawn it.
Oh, he's withdrawn it. Oh, there you are. Thank you very much. We go home and watch Coronation Street. So we're just waiting for the one. Remember what we've done. We've had the budget proposed by Councillor Clark. We've had 3 amendments. 1 rejected, 2 accepted, so we are looking at the substantive motion. It'll be as amended. We're now in the debate as to whether we vote on the amended motion. As we were doing that, Councillor Kesey stood and made an amendment. And then we had to stop. He has got a seconder, and we're just waiting for it to arrive. And that's the position we're in, and I won't have to repeat that. No, I'm being tortured here. So I'm just going to say, just carry on talking amongst yourselves. I thought that was the motion coming through the door. Sorry, everybody. You now have the amendment coming to you. In the name of Councillor Kesey and Councillor Denning, I believe. I'll give you a few minutes to read it before I call on Councillor Kesey to move. Oh, I thought it was. Who's that? See this going through. Everybody's got them. Councillor is. Has everybody got a copy of the amendment in the name of Councillor Kesey? Right.
We should start.
Yeah. I'd just like to remind you we have until 9:30. If we're not finished by 9:30, I'll have to put it to the vote as to whether we extend the meeting or not. Just thought I'd drop that in. Right. So here we are. It's just one amendment. And this is to the substantive motion, the motion that we started with, which has been amended twice. We are now looking at another amendment to it. Okay? And I'm calling on Councillor Sean Kesey to move, and your seconder will be Councillor Tromans. You can do it formally, Councillor Tromans, without speaking. You just do it formally if you want. Okay, off you go, Councillor Kesey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Do you know when you roll a snowball down a hill? That's how I feel now. However, I'm not going to take back the fact that what's good enough for any ward in this borough is good enough for Sedgley. And if Sedgley gets more involvement of local people in the way it's run and where the money's spent, then that to me is only a good thing. My amendment was to include Sedgley alongside Cradley as part of a feasibility study onto town councils. Having spoken with the Section 151 officer and with the Unity Group, I learned that the £75,000 amount that has previously been discussed was not a set figure, it was a maximum of. So following those discussions, we've agreed that a further 25,000 up to a maximum of 100,000 be put aside to look at this feasibility study for town councils, not just for Cradley, but for Sedgley too. And hopefully, if it does work out well, there's 22 other wards in this borough that could benefit from it. So I move the amendment, Madam Mayor.
Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Kesey. Seconded by? Yes? Thank you, Councillor Tromans. So we've heard it moved and seconded. Do we have any speakers? And I call on Councillor Lowe.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'll start simply by saying that democracy suffers when councils start to act like a farce. And what we've seen over the last 40 minutes demonstrates the farce that we have before us. Now, firstly, when we get on to the main budget eventually, it'll be interesting to see how we deal with the £5,000 savings on paper in future years when we start to see amendments like this being used. And I'd certainly like to thank them. Within that 35 minutes, we've actually seen a 25% increase of the £75,000 to £100,000. So I think that speaks it speaks volumes. But what it goes to the very centre of is this is what happens when people put political self-interest actually over what we've been elected to do here. There's 72 of us here who are actually here to represent the interests of the people that we serve. Now, we could amend this amendment another 22 times, couldn't we? We could put every single ward in there, and no doubt the £100,000 would go to whatever little hair our officers have got left would disappear the same way that mine is going, because 100,000 would end up turning into £500,000 or whatever it is. It's an absolute farce. Political self-interest. And I'll go further, Madam Mayor. This is what happens when anticipated collaboration turns into capitulation in order to get a budget passed. And we've seen that. So let's just have a couple of moments thinking about the priority of the people that move, certainly the first, and I understand exactly where Councillor Kesey was in actually exposing some of the ridiculousness of the emotion through the amendment. But Councillor Phipps talked about respecting the unity group around the priorities when they were the Lib Dems, sorry, when they went to the people of the borough for that vote. Now, that would be true if they didn't actually have other interests as part of that manifesto that they put. But what we've seen exposed this evening is actually the setting up of the parish council is a higher priority than wishing to amend to protect the cuts to domestic abuse. They actually believe that the setting up, the feasibility, because they're lo and behold, 75,000 quid, 100,000 quid as amended, only sets up the feasibility. If they were to go one step further, it costs significantly more. But they believe that that is a greater priority than supporting youth provision. That is their priority. Do you think the people of Dudley think that that is a priority? That saving youth centres, Madam Mayor. In fact, for the cost of this amendment and the first motion, they could save the voluntary sector, domestic abuse, and still have change after to do something else. But that is their priority. And in order to get this budget passed, that is their joint capitulation. And the people of Dudley, Madam Mayor, have seen very, very clearly that whilst they may send out messages very quickly that we've saved X, Y, and Z, the reality is it's just for a cheap fix. They have no interest in the people that they serve. They want a parish council for vested interest. They want to pass this budget in order that they can demonstrate that their two amendments got through, and the cost of that is tens of thousands of people will be driven into despair as a result of what this capitulation has demonstrated tonight. I ask myself one question: which side were we on? We're on the side, Madam Mayor, of the most vulnerable groups in our community. Shame on you. Shame on you.
Thank you, Councillor. I call on Councillor Eccles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am equally as shocked as Councillor Lowe by the proposals that have been put forward by Councillor Priest and subsequently by Councillor Kesey, whether that was intentional or not. We all know that right now that national government is devolving local government to reduce costs and make it more streamlined. So it's just absolutely beggars belief why we're now trying to introduce a new level of bureaucracy, especially when they are blessed with having 3 councillors representing that ward. I'd just turn to the example of Royal Sutton Coldfield, who set up a town council as a sub to Birmingham City Council, something which took around 10 to 12 years to set up. So just bear that in mind. If we did a feasibility study, this thing is not going to come to fruition for over a decade. Further to that, the Sutton Coldfield Town Council then rejected every single planning application that was put before them to redevelop the town centre shopping centre. And in the end, Birmingham City Council stepped in and said, enough. So whatever little bit of extra power you think you might get, Councillor Priest in Cradley, please be assured that is simply not the case. And I think it is an absolute damning indictment that you think that is more important than, for example, we could instead fund domestic abuse, we could fund the CVS, we could even save Meadow Road Youth Centre, which I know all of us on this side are backing as well. And can I make the final point, which seems to have been omitted in all this, which was made very clear by other members when we were discussing the Labour amendment, that the Section 151 officer does not endorse these plans and thinks they would put council finances at risk. Thank you.
Can I just remind you, we've already agreed, it's in the motion, that £75,000 will be spent. Remember that. You've agreed that. So what do you... Well, the majority in the room did. What you are doing now is trying to amend that to say it should be 100,000 and for another reason. It won't remove what's already been agreed. You're just trying to amend what is already being passed. Just want to make that point to you. And just to tell you that I'll have to take a vote at 9:30 if you want to extend the meeting. Councillor Dave Roberts, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Having worked in local government for over 40 years, and I think I mentioned it to Children's Services Scrutiny,
Best behaviour,
and having worked in more than one tier of government, it does not work. Can I ask Councillor Priest, when you asked the residents about this parish council, did you inform them that to have a parish council, you have to have a qualified town clerk and inevitably a deputy clerk with a building and all the admin that goes to it?
I take it that is a rhetorical question. You're not expected to answer. It's a rhetorical question.
I just wondered whether they'd question that, Madam Mayor. And to actually go for such folly of closing a youth centre in the most deprived area of this borough is shameful.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Can I just remind you, we are on the amendment. Do we go from 75,000 to 200 to 100,000? 75,000 to 100. This is what it's about. Right, Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be short and sweet for a change. £25,000 is still a hell of a lot of money to the people of Dudley Borough. We cut in mental health services, we cut in services for elder people, we cut in services for the children. And I think we should look at funding youth clubs rather than another level of bureaucracy within the borough.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Harley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, this is precisely why we like amendments to be put in a week before or so that the groups, the political groups can meet, we can look at the merits or not of each amendment and make a uniform decision prior to full council. As best as I can, I've consulted with the vast majority of the group, either face-to-face or through our WhatsApp group, and the vast majority, unfortunately, will not support this amendment. Some will vote for it, some will abstain, but the vast majority do not want to support it. We are in a democracy, and you have to accept that. I think one thing that could be learned from this, Madam Mayor, is that if we're having a feasibility study, that feasibility study doesn't have to be unique to just one ward. It can be a feasibility study as to whether town councils will work or not, period. So therefore, I can't see why we have to add an extra 25 grand onto the budget. So some may support, some may not, and some may even abstain.
Okay.
Okay, but I've got to really out of respect to the mover of the amendment and the other 4 Unity members. Thank you.
Can I just... Councillor Kesey, you can't speak. You've moved it, okay? And you have no right of reply. I have no more speakers, so the right of reply goes to Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I tend to agree with Councillor Harley and don't believe that I will be supporting this amendment and like to put it to the vote as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So are you moving the question now be put?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor.
Yeah. Well, it's got to be put anyway because I've got no more speakers. Yeah. Right, well, thank you for that, Councillor Kesey. But it has also taught you all, in future, do as I introduced, to have written amendments before the meeting, not from the floor. So when we debate that, full council, please remember that. Hilary told you ages ago. Right, we now need to move to the main motion. I'm not going to take any speakers on it because you've all had enough to say, and I'm going to put it to the vote. So I'm putting to you the main motion as amended. Yes, I can do this. Yes, yes. So I now put it to you. We're now talking about the motion that we have been debating all night. We've amended it twice. Now's the moment to decide how you're going to vote. So if you are in favour of the budget as it's been put to you, you vote yes. If you are against, you vote no. And if you can't be bothered, you vote yellow. Right, over to you. I've had the right of reply. Councillor Clark, do you want another right of reply? Fair enough then. Sorry, folks. Yes.
Extremely irregular for a to the motion because of the time period. However, I think that it's up to the council to decide whether or not we wish to move to the motion rather than solely for you. But it is within your gift if you wish to do so as the chair of this meeting. But I not only think it's highly irregular, but I also think without consulting the wishes of the whole chamber, it could possibly not be in with accordance with the procedure.
Councillor Phipps, I asked for speakers. There's nothing on my screen. Nobody had indicated
to speak on the main.
Nobody had indicated. I will stand corrected. We'll go and ask Councillor Clark for his right of reply. Oh, yes. Who wishes to speak on the main motion? I do apologise. Councillor Bevan, Councillor Lowe, Councillor Reid, Councillor Roberts, Councillor Cowell, Councillor Bogle, Councillor Stanley, Councillor Ridney and Councillor Harley. It's over to you now. Councillor Bevan.
We need to move the time as well.
Yes, I'll let him speak. Councillor Bevan. I thought I'd take the first speaker, and when we got to 9:30, I'd say, can I go on? You know, we're not there yet. I'm called on Councillor Daniel Bevan.
Madam Mayor, before I begin, I want to take a moment to recognise the tireless work that's gone into this budget. The officers of this council have worked incredibly hard to ensure that we deliver a budget that is responsible, balanced and protects services. Their dedication and professionalism deserves our thanks, and I commend them for the effort they have put into this process. Tonight, we've seen exactly what we expected and, to be honest, quite a lot more as well, I think. Another year and another round of Labour opposition with no solution. It's just opposition for opposition's sake. They haven't come forward with a real plan. They haven't engaged in any serious financial discussion, and they haven't taken this responsibly at all. Their ideas are uncosted, their proposals are unrealistic, their entire approach to running a council is wishful thinking. Madam Mayor, to make things worse, our colleagues opposite sit in the same committees as us. They have the ear of the leader, the ear of the cabinet. They have every single opportunity to engage and to raise issues before this evening, but they didn't. Instead, they waited, they stayed silent, and then when it was too late to make a real difference, they burst into the chamber with the usual empty words and no doubt acted outrage because that makes for better press. Of course, Councillor Ali delivered a very similar budget speech to what he delivers every year, rehearsed, recycled and repeated. At this point, I'm half expecting it to be turned into a musical act at Butlins. After all, anything's possible after this evening. It's the same tired act performed many times, and I sincerely hope that one day we will see the end of it. This is not leadership, Madam Mayor, this is political theatre. Meanwhile, we've been doing the work. We've made savings, we've protected services, we've delivered a balanced budget. Our council tax increase, 4.99, fair, necessary and responsible. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Bradford, Birmingham, Trafford, Newham, Glasgow, the list goes on. They have had increases of much more than the increases that we are making this evening. And when their budgets collapse, they will have to go and beg for extraordinary financial support, borrowing at 1% above base rate, a debt that future generations will be paying off long after the current councillors have moved on. The cost of that is bad leadership. That is the cost of reckless spending. That is the cost of ignoring reality. And yet Labour still think that they are ready to run this council. Please tell us how you think that you would buck the trend of so many authorities in the area. Tonight, we've seen clear evidence that they wouldn't. Madam Mayor, I stand by this budget. I stand by the tireless work of our officers and Cabinet. And I stand by the principle that the real leadership means making tough choices and not making up numbers and hoping that nobody asks where the money's coming from. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bevan. We are virtually on the dot of 9:30, so I'm going to put the motion to you. Do you agree that we extend this meeting? Stop it, Councillor Goddard. Do you agree that we extend this meeting? And I'm going to put a time limit on it. I'm going to say 10 o'clock. So we carry on this meeting past 9:30, but we stop at 10. And it's then up to you to make your decision. You're going to stop talking or you're going to vote. That's it. Right. So I put to you, please, I have a show of hands. Do you agree with me that we extend this meeting till 10 o'clock? Thank you, everyone. Right. That's carried. So I now turn to Councillor Lowe.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And firstly, I'd like to thank Councillor Clark for moving the budget this evening, and importantly, Councillor Ali for forensically going through that budget and raising those points. I'll pick up with Councillor Bevan's point first, Madam Mayor, because it's relatively obvious that he probably hasn't read the 200-odd pages, and he certainly hasn't read the 4-page amendment, because what you will note is that it is fully funded. It may not be absolutely agreed by the 151 in the same way two of the amendments that you have supported this evening on, but it's a fully funded. Indeed, it put £29 million into reserves over the 5-year period, so it is a million miles away from where you were alleging that it was doing. And the second point was around what Councillor Clark spoke about. And I think it's really important, Councillor Clark, and we welcome and we applaud the recognition that, and I quote, the financial disaster that this authority was leading to. And one of the things that I'm always reminded of is that there's an old political saying, when it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, quite often it is a duck. And I think what we've seen in the budget is if it looks like a cut and it feels like a cut, then it's a cut. It's not a savings, it's a cut. And you try telling many of the people that are going to be driven as a result of these cuts, probably the biggest in this authority's history, into the arms of requiring that help, which unfortunately, because of the decisions of the capitulation that we've seen this evening, will no longer be available for them. There is another prediction as a result, Madam Mayor, of the budget that you will pass, because an awful lot is being said about the £5 million in reserves over the next 5 years. And I remind, going back to Councillor Bevan's point, that ours actually gave £29 million of reserves by the end of the 5-year period. There was only a break of £3 million, which we chose, unfortunately Council didn't agree, to use to protect the most vulnerable people within our community. So that was the difference in the approach that we took. So we've got a financial disaster quoted by, and let's not go back too far in history to say this authority would have actually been £9 million plus off better a year if in Councillor Clark's first budget he hadn't supported a then UKIP amendment to cut the council tax base, because that has been the argument we've been having for a long time, and I think actually shared by many people in the council chamber, about one of the mea culpas of of administrations was around the analogy to keep council tax as low as possible rather than looking at the benefits. But it was you, Councillor Clark, with your UKIP brothers, which have now been replaced by your Lib Dem brothers, who fought to vote that down. And of course, going back to Councillor Bevans, now it's okay when we work against the 151 officer when it's £1 million a year for Penn's Meadow to go against that decision, but all of a sudden it's not when we're looking towards protecting domestic abuse and other areas. There seems to be an inconsistency of that argument. And of course, the other thing, Madam Mayor, that Councillor Clark, which I wholeheartedly agree with him, he said that the overspend will come to an end. Now, he ignored the fact of the £8 million plus in overspend in agency costs. So we can go and spend all that money on Brooks Sparp and they will stop it. We can disappear and have our Calypso in Cannes or our Cabernet Sauvignon in Cannes, but now we'll bring it to an end. So we enjoyed the fruits of our labour, but now what we're going to say is the payment of that is actually going to be, Madam Mayor, for the most vulnerable people in our community. The voluntary sector, those people who actually need. And the final thing, Madam Mayor, I do not believe those £5 million of reserves will be reached each year, because my prediction to you is that when people are driven to that voluntary sector that no longer exists, they will end up at the door of the council. And as a result of coming to the council, reserves, contingency will be eaten up. It's a false economy. And I think many people in this council chamber actually recognise that fact. We know which side we were on, and we know which side you were on. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I call on Councillor Caroline Reid.
Do you agree with me, Councillor Clark? This budget places the heaviest burden on the working class families of our borough. The council tax increases, the reduction in council tax support, rise in service charges, and even requiring tenants to pay for repairs. All of this adds up to the unbearable financial burden. Council tax reduction cuts, slashing support from 70% to 40% will devastate struggling families. Many are already choosing between heating and eating. And this move will only push people more into poverty. Council tax increase and debt rise combined with court penalties will leave those on universal credit with even less to survive on. The reality is that many won't be able to pay, forcing them further into debt. Service pressures. Library staff are now expected to handle workloads of the closed Council Plus without proper training or security. Frustrated residents are being turned away without real help. I have been told that library staff are being verbally and physically abused. Council staff cuts. Employees are being asked to do more with fewer resources. They are burning out. And as we have seen in other sectors, this will only lead to an increase in sickness rate and a decline in service quality. We understand that budgets are tight, but why those cuts are always directed at residents. If it weren't for the people of Dudley, the council wouldn't exist. Yet once again, they are being forced to pay for poor financial decisions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. I now call on Councillor Cowell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Got it right this time, I think. There is nothing wrong with cutting costs and building up reserves per se. But the impact on communities of doing so to this extent right now is too high for this strategy to be successful or justifiable. It will simply drive up poverty and inequality and drive more towards the very council services that the Tory administration is busy cutting, as Councillor Lowe suggested. Rebuilding capacity mid-year due to urgent pressures will not be cost-effective and will create more financial and administrative burdens than if the services are maintained, at least to some degree, going forward. We are told that the voluntary sector will pick up the pieces of the council services left in tatters. But as I and others have said earlier, they cannot. The CAB are already reaching out for assistance. Dudley CBS face losing $131,000 across multi-funding pots. How are they supposed to pick up the pieces of this mess with less funds than they have now? The cuts across the voluntary sector are stark and brutal. A particular example being the cut to Bernardo's funding for providing support to children witnessing domestic abuse. The rationale is that there are a small number of children supported and therefore low impact. The impact on those not supported won't be low, however, and could have repercussions across a lifetime, with impacts across health and social care into the future. This can best be described as a truly false economy. Another serious concern with this budget is the planned future use of capital receipts from selling off Dudley's land and buildings. Whilst a technically legitimate process, it concerns me greatly that over the course of the medium-term financial strategy, this administration plans to use £8.6 million of capital receipts to reduce the workforce, slashing services, making people redundant, with all that entails, and selling off the family silver into the bargain. Does Councillor Clark agree that this budget targets some of our most vulnerable communities and, in a remarkable double whammy, threatens our heritage for good measure? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I call on Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I echo what the other councillors on this side of the chamber have already said, but I want to express my deep concern about the proposed withdrawal of youth provision at Meadow Road. The decision will have a devastating impact on some of the most vulnerable people across our borough in the Castle and Priory ward, one of the most deprived areas of Dudley. Parents were up there earlier hoping to hear this and see the reaction of the councillors. They've had to go and take their children home. When I look into the evidence, it's clear. Research published by the Department of Culture in 2024 states, and I quote, "There is a clear association between participation in youth provision, positive short-term outcomes relating to physical health and well-being, pro-social behaviours and education. There is also strong evidence that these short-term outcomes are sustained over decades, and compared with non-participants, people who attend youth clubs continue to score more highly on several of these indicators. Even Dudley Council's impact assessment itself acknowledges, and I quote again, only negative impacts have been identified for this cut. Let me remind you, all councils have a statutory duty under Section 507B of the Education Act 1996 to provide educational, leisure time activities for young people 13 to 19 and up to 24 for those with learning difficulties. This duty is not optional, it's a legal requirement, and there will be no provision in that part of the borough for young people. Let's look at the reality of Castle and Priory ward. I'm not the ward councillor there, I've lived there most of my life. Wren's Nest, where the youth centre is based, has the highest number of young people with the Youth Justice Service in Dudley. St James's Academy, which serves the community, has the third highest exclusion rate in the borough. According to Dudley's JSNA 2022, 998 children in this ward live in absolute poverty. Just take that in. Despite these figures, the Conservative administration is proposing to shut that youth club specifically. I just wonder whether the Conservative councillor for that ward has even visited Meadow Road Youth Club, or even the cabinet member responsible for children's services has visited Meadow Road to see what the impact would be. Let's not forget that in 2023, this council carried out consultation with young people. Their top priorities were more youth activities, not less, more indoor spaces, not less, more mental health support, not less, better outdoor spaces, not less, and a voice in decision making. None of these priorities call for fewer youth services. Not one of them asked for them to be cut. I quote from the recent LGA report, "Youth services and youth workers are essential in providing stability, support and a voice to young people in our community. To withdraw them, particularly in areas where deprivation is high and support is most needed, is short-sighted and damaging." and will bring more people to the youth justice system. It also states the youth services and youth workers are crucial in supporting young people to have a voice and engage with services and develop their local national level. I urge every member in this chamber to reconsider that decision to shut youth services. Does Councillor Clark agree with me that we should be protecting those most vulnerable young people in our borough?
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. I call Councillor Cassie Mogul.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Firstly, I want to say I understand why the members opposite want to mimic Councillor Ali's earlier statements. Sometimes the truth hurts, so I get it. Let's just pause for a moment and reflect on what we have in front of us here. If the Conservatives' 4.99% increase to council tax wasn't enough for them, they then want to hike green waste charges by 44%. It seems the Cabinet are having a bit of a challenge. What can grow quicker? The potholes that they fail to deal with, or charges to our residents? This budget decreases support to our residents, increases the cost of burials and cremations of their loved ones, and then cuts key voluntary sectors. These aren't savings. They are a direct hit to the hard-working families of this borough that are already struggling after 14 years of austerity. These cuts were always inevitable after the Conservative financial mismanagement. Instead of investing in our community, their policies have left us scrambling, forcing our hand. The perfect example you've heard many times already with the failed bar project and the Jolly Toucans. This isn't clever budgeting, it's a failure in leadership. They can blame the pressures on children's services all they like, but this is on them. Every pound slashed means less support for our children's services, fewer resources for our vulnerable neighbours, and a community left exposed to further crisis. Here's the hard truth. This budget isn't about fiscal responsibility, it's about a Conservative failure. Headline should be reading, "Dully betrayed by Conservatives at the hand of our residents," at the cost of our residents, sorry. This isn't just an abstract debate, it's a fight for Dudley's soul. We must reject a strategy that sacrifices quality of life for short-term fixes. Short-term fixes, Madam Mayor, that won't even save the council money in the long term because it will lead to more pressures on our services. So my question to Councillor Clark, has there been any modelling taken place that will account for the cost of the risks outlined on the cuts that we were proposing to reverse? And to my colleagues, remember the pledges you were elected on. You weren't elected to leave our vulnerable out to dry. And you certainly weren't elected to increase pressures on an already struggling sector. You have a responsibility to your residents. You have a responsibility to Dudley's residents. So my question to all the members in this chamber today is, will you stand up for those residents? Or will you turn your back on them when they need you? Because let's be clear, this side will be reminding the public who stood up with them today. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mogul. I've got Councillor Stanley, and I must warn you, we agreed we'd finish at 10. So I will be going to the right of reply at 10 to 10. And then after that, of course, we have one more agenda item. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. It's more of a point of order. The remarks made by Councillor Ali, which are detrimental against myself, which are unfounded and untrue. This is the second time this happened with members, to be perfectly truthful, and it's not acceptable. What I would like to point out about the Lower Gornal so-called youth club, as it's classed in the report, on the 9th of April 2018, Councillor Kettle signed a decision sheet. It came to full council on the 9th of July of that year for our community asset transfer. There was a little bit of tidying up to do, which has now been done. I met at the club. I mean, the ridiculous, you don't know the club's there, and you haven't been. I've been involved with the club when it first started, more or less, as a member of the management committee down there. So all that I can say is, please don't refer to it as the Lower Gornal Youth Club. It's the Dudley Autistic Society that have been running it for the last 9 years. They do offer a service of a youth club. It's on a Friday night, and there has been certain difficulties over the years. I believe it's now re-established. I did pay a visit last Friday. Unfortunately, I didn't take into account that it was half term and there was no one there. But they do tell me on my frequent visits there that the youth club will be extended now, hopefully, to a Monday and a Friday. Not at the expense of this authority, but the people that are running it are doing it for us. And the amount of money they've actually spent in there on regenerating and refurbishment is second to none. It's absolute credit to them. So I'll give thanks there for what they've actually doing. So that is the true picture. It's the Dudley Autistic Society that are running it and have done for all those years. And referring it to as a youth club probably wouldn't be in his best interest when someone's just running it on our behalf, Madam Mayor. As far as Meadow Road's concerned, I know this is a great love and passion of the leader, and I'm sure the leader is looking into various aspects of how we can combine that with the Priority Boxing Club and hopefully resolve the situation there. But that's the true picture. The fact is, it's not Lower Gornal Youth Club anymore. It's the Dudley Autistic Society that have been running it since 2018. The documents, if you can be found on CMAS, if you want to go back all those years and see when that asset transfer was agreed. There has been a small technicality, as I say, over various related issues. I must comment as well for the comments made about Pens Meadow. Let's please remember, we need places for SEND children in this borough, and that will offer places for the SEND children. So the sooner it comes into being, the sooner it will help us out with the SEND. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stan. I said we'd finish at 10. You know we finish at 10. We can go after 10 if you so wish. If you want to vote for that. So please show if you are happy to go after 10 o'clock. Hands up those who would like to continue, would like to stay here and debate it. So there. So as far as I'm concerned, the vote is that this meeting will end at 10 o'clock. Therefore, I am now going to call on the, Councillor Clark to move, exercise his right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just going to address, first of all, Councillor Casey. Just some very basic maths. You're saying what we've been doing for the last few years. We inherited reserves at 16 million. It took 3 years to build those reserves up to 23 million, which is doing exactly what you're suggesting to do and building it up at a slower rate. It took 3 years to build it up to 26 million. Adult social care overspent in September the year before last by £10 million. Children overspent by £3 million, leaving us £13 million in reserves. If we had that same problem again, if we don't speed up the recovery of our reserves, then we are having a major problem with making sure that we can run this council. So I'm going to address the rest of you about with everything else. So, Madam Mayor, I am grateful for Councillor Ali's very long lecture on the council's budget, although I wish he'd given as much time to the preparation of his own amendment. I am very worried for the Labour group that Councillor Ali may not understand the critical importance of rebuilding the reserves, which have been run down to critically low levels in this council. Without an adequate level of reserves, the council could be thrown into crisis very quickly, as I've just outlined. Were there to be an unforeseen call on its finances, this could result in the failure of services and the imposition of decision-making from outside of the council. Further, I find it interesting that Councillor Ali and others have suggested that this budget is designed to take resources and support away from those that most need it. Councillor Ali makes this point when his own party at national level has taken away the winter fuel allowance, costing elderly and often vulnerable people hundreds of pounds a year, and that's astonishing. I leave it to the Chamber to consider whether there is a level of double standards in the Labour group. And remember, despite the urgent and compelling need to reduce costs, Cabinet has already recommended that an additional £1.2 million be set aside to support council taxpayers who may have difficulty in meeting their commitments. So I will not be taking any lessons this evening from Councillor Ali on financial strategy or any related issues. And on the savings from the voluntary sector, which Councillor Aston, Cowell, Eccles, Ali have all mentioned, and they were so vocal about it, it is £817,000 of this proposed savings of £42 million that relate to grants to voluntary organisations. That's just 2% of the total. I suggest this is reasonable, given that the council has such large savings in total to find. Although I understand members might be concerned about the impact of these savings, that we need to remember that some charities are as big as large councils. You mentioned Bernardo's, Councillor Cowell, which does excellent work in the care of children both nationally and internationally. They spent £335 million in 2023-24 with an income stream to match. The Citizens Advice Bureau, which Councillor Eccles, sorry, you didn't mention that one, it was Councillor Aston, I think it was. The Citizens Advice Bureau, the annual report for 2023-24 records an annual income of £168 million. And our own Dudley Council for Voluntary Services, which you did mention, Councillor Eccles, had an income of £2.6 million in 2024. We mustn't imagine that the charitable sector operates on a shoestring. Often charities are well organised, well funded and professionally managed. They are large and capable organisations with a diverse income base run by very talented and committed people. And don't misunderstand me, this council wishes to step forward in partnership with all organisations that comprise the voluntary sector in Dudley. But this partnership must be based on the reality of the resource base and mutual respect. It is this that we are committed to as we step forward together in the months and years ahead. And lastly, I am surprised that the Labour leadership would rather increase the cost of scrutiny, the scrutiny function, at the expense of frontline services. It's shocking. It is quite shocking. The residents of this borough will draw their own conclusions. And in summary, Madam Mayor, I believe this budget, for the reasons I explained earlier, will serve the needs of the borough in 2025-26 and will lay the groundwork for financial stability in the years ahead. I sincerely welcome any member who would like to support this budget and who feels, as I do, that the council must take difficult decisions to secure the future of our beloved borough, which we are all of us in the chamber to serve. And finally, whichever party had formed an administration, which you had the opportunity, in this council at this time, I believe you would need to present a budget very similar to this one. Officers have worked very, very hard to support the build of this budget, and I don't believe there is a feasible alternative. Fellow members, let's step forward together for Dudley. Let's go through this journey together. Madam Mayor, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. So I put it to the vote. The motion as amended. All those in favour, vote green. Those against, vote red. And anybody who can't make their mind up, vote yellow. I think I want one more. There we go, 72. Yes? Yes. The motion is carried. Thank you, everybody. We have one more. Oh, just waiting for my screen to go. It's a named vote. It'll appear up there, yes. I hope, any minute. We have one more agenda item, and this is in the appointment of an officer responsible for the proper management of the council's finances, section 151 of the Local Government Act 1972, and I call on the leader to move.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I move that the recommendations for the appointments committee be approved and that accordingly Clive Heafy be appointed as the interim director of finance and designated as the officer responsible for the proper management of the council's finances pursuant to section 151 of the Local Government Act 1972 with effect from the 11th of March this year. And two, that the existing deputising arrangements for the section 151 officer continue in place until Clive Heafy takes up his appointment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Is there a seconder?
Seconded, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Is that agreed? All right, thank you. That is carried. Well, you'll be delighted to know there is no urgent business, so that concludes this meeting of the council. But before you all stand, you've all been so wonderful. I'll see you this time next week. Thank you.